Tables Turned. A sweet Southern romantic comedy. Written by Susanne Ash. Chapter 1. Aimee. If you complain one more time about how tiny this place is. Maeve glares at me through the small bathroom mirror while we're both trying to get ready. I know. It's all we can afford. I move to grab my toothbrush without bumping into Maeve's curling iron that's precariously perched on the side of the tiny sink. Give me 5 minutes to get ready for work, and the place is all yours. I was hoping you could give me a ride to the club. My best friend bats her lashes at me, the expression on her face changing from annoyance to friendly in the blink of an eye. I glance at my phone. There's not enough time. I can't be late again. My shift at River's End Tavern starts in 20 minutes. It takes Maeve that long to fix her hair. Aimee. Come on. I'll be fast. Don't make me walk all the way across town in my heels. You could stay home. I get the appeal of going out on a Friday night, but money is tight and I don't know how we'll pay for rent and utilities this month unless I score some big tips this weekend. We're never going to get our big break if we sit around all day twiddling our thumbs. I might run into some important people at the Porpoise. Heather got an audition for a movie because of a guy she met at the club. It was made for TV, and I'm pretty sure she didn't get the part. Not that I'm surprised. Heather may have landed the lead in her high school drama class a few years ago, but she was no great actor from what we'd seen in one of the classes Maeve insisted on dragging me to. She didn't, but the guy told her it was a close call. One of the executive producers insisted on some blonde who doesn't even live here. Maeve carefully wraps a strand of her dark hair around the curling iron. When she pulls it out, it transforms into the perfect corkscrew curl. Unlike the unruly mess, that's the bane of my existence. If you want a ride, you have to be ready to leave in the next 10 minutes, I tell her before quickly brushing my teeth and running my fingers through my reddish-brown tangle of curls. I'll be ready in 7, Maeve promises. Oh, I brought home a slice of that black forest cake you like. I braid my hair and glance in the fridge. The takeout box is huge. It holds a thick slice of cake, covered in plenty of whipped cream with cherries and chocolate shavings on top. This will hit the spot after my shift tonight. I put the box back before I'm tempted to sneak a bite. Have you seen my black dress? Maeve dashes through our place, still wearing her work dirndl, the traditional German folk dress the restaurant owner makes all his waitresses wear. I can't wait to get out of this thing. But it's adorable. I grin at the dirty look she shoots me. Your dress is hanging in the closet. I did laundry this afternoon. You're the best. She rips open the curtain to the small nook in our studio apartment that we've dedicated to cloth storage. Calling it a closet is a bit generous. There's a tension rod to hang a few things and an old dresser we found abandoned on the side of the road last year. The drawers still stick, but the fresh coat of spray paint almost makes it look presentable. You're welcome. I turn and sit on the bed, pulling on my boots and taking my time lacing them up to give Maeve at least the appearance of privacy while she's changing. Did I tell you that I ran into Pia? She stopped in for lunch with her agent. There's a new TV show in the works. They are scouting locations and working with a casting firm out of New York. I'm sure they'll hire some local talent. She dances around the bed and comes to a stop in front of me, dressed in a tight black dress and 4-inch platform heels I'd break my leg in. Maeve will have no problem dancing the night away in them. I swear she was born in heels. What kind of show is this? If it's one of these risque premium channel shows or a remake of The Craft, Maeve will catch the eye of anyone related to the project tonight. There aren't a lot of details out yet, but it sounds like a slice of life with a dash of romance type thing. Think Fern Michaels or Debbie McComber. Something like Virgin River? We'd binged every episode of the show before reluctantly canceling our Netflix subscription due to budget constraints. That's what I'm thinking. I could totally pull off the female lead in a show like that. Can you imagine? We could move out of this place and rent a house on the water. Live the good life. I'll make sure you get a good part too. Her eyes are gleaming with excitement. In her mind, she already has the part for a show we don't know actually exists. That's made for you. Ready to go? I ask, glancing at the clock on the microwave sitting on top of our dorm fridge. I get up to look for my car keys, finding them under a discarded t-shirt. Almost. Let me feed Alistair first. His mouse should be thawed by now. She pulls the chilled rodent out of the fridge. It's dangerously close to the slice of Black Forest cake. Good thing I'm decent at compartmentalizing. I grab my purse and do my best to ignore the corn snake that shares our tiny apartment. Alistair's terrarium takes up almost as much space as the fridge. But he's been Maeve's baby since her heavy goth phase in high school, and I was well aware he'd be sharing our place before I agreed to move in. Did you pay the power bill? I ask as I pull out of our designated parking spot, grateful my Beetle starts on the first try. Not yet. I'm working the brunch shift on Sunday. I'll get it done first thing Monday morning. They won't shut the power off over the weekend. Maeve pulls down the visor and starts to apply mascara. I hope she's right, and I take it slow as we make our way across town. It's going to be tight this month unless I get a big tipper. Don't worry. We always make it. And I won't spend much tonight. I'll find some guy to buy my drinks. The mascara goes back into her clutch, and the dark lipstick comes out. By the time we pull up to the club, her makeup is flawless. Thanks, hun. Wish me luck. Good luck, I say. She hops out and shuts the door before I can get the words out. Shaking my head, I get back on the road and park in front of the tavern a minute later. The taproom is crowded, and the look on Tony's face has me rushing behind the bar. What can I get you? I ask the guy sitting on the stool in front of me, mentally preparing myself for a long night of small talk. When he looks up, my outlook on how tonight will go changes in a heartbeat. Chapter 2. Leo. I hope you enjoy the new place and good luck with the TV thing, the middle-aged driver says as I get out of the bright red Ford Mustang. Neither she nor her vehicle were what I'd expected when Fiona told me she'd ordered a car to take me to the condo. But she'd gotten me here in record time, entertaining me with stories about what had been filmed here along the way. Thank you. I wave and pull out my phone to find the door access code. I punch it in and gain access to the building. 3 flights of stairs later, and I finally drop my bags. The sterile-looking studio apartment will be my home for the foreseeable future. It's nothing like the cozy 2-bedroom bungalow I share with a screenwriter and tour guide in LA. I slide open the glass door to the small balcony, taking in the view over the Cape Fear River. Maybe this won't be so bad after all. And it isn't like I'll be spending much time here. I take a deep breath, enjoying the clean, slightly salty air before unpacking and taking inventory of the fridge. It's fully stocked with the basics. Fiona has done her job well. I'm sure I'll get used to her southern drawl and the constant need to fill each moment with chit-chat. Must be a southern thing. Even the driver didn't stop talking about the town, her kids, and everyone's favorite, the weather. I consider a shower before bed and decide against it. It's barely 7 in LA, and my body is still in Pacific time. I grab my phone and my keys and head out to explore the city. Wilmington, North Carolina is nothing like Los Angeles. I'm not sure I'd actually consider it a city. It's more of a small tourist town with a sleepy neighborhood and a few streets of restaurants and shops by the water. I doubt there's ever much traffic, and at this time of the night you can cross the street anywhere. I shake my head. At least it will make filming outdoor scenes easier. Ouch. I slap my neck, catching the little bloodsucker who's pierced the skin. Scratch filming outside, I mutter under my breath, drawing the attention of an older couple strolling hand in hand toward me. Excuse us, the man says before they cross the street to avoid passing me. The woman, his wife, I presume, smiles at me apologetically. I glance down at the dress pants and shirt I'm wearing. Sure, my hair is a little unkempt from the wind and humidity, and I can feel the scruff on my cheek, but I don't think I look that disreputable. Shaking my head, I keep walking down the streets, taking mental notes of interesting features and venues. I'm meeting with the location scout tomorrow, but it's never too early to get ideas for where we can shoot around here. Wilmington has its charm, I'll give it that. I don't know how long I've wandered the streets when I hear music and see lights from a building around the corner. Drawn by the sound of people who haven't called it a night and the need for a stiff drink if I want any chance at sleep tonight, I walk up to the bar that's seen better days. I like the name, though. River's End Tavern. I open the door, and the scent of beer and peanuts hits me. Hey, hun. Wanna join us? A woman in her 50s asks. Her friends giggle and blush. Not tonight, I say, smiling at their obviously inebriated state and making my way to the bar, praying they serve something other than beer and moonshine in this place. Chapter 3. Aimee. Scotch. Neat. The most piercing blue eyes look up at me, a stark contrast to his jet black hair. His voice is deep with enough gravel to send small shivers up my arms. Not quite James Earl Jones good, but definitely in the ballpark and totally unexpected in a guy who wouldn't look out of place on a college campus. Johnny or Jim? I ask. Got anything better than that? Something from the Highlands? I reach up and pull one of the expensive top-shelf bottles down and show it to him. He nods in approval, handing me 2 20s for the $22 drink. Good looking and a good tipper. How is it? Excellent. You haven't tried it? He looks surprised. I'm more of a Coke and rum girl. Mainly because it's easier to hide the fact that I barely pour myself more than a drop of booze when a customer insists on buying me a drink. You don't know what you're missing. He smiles before taking an appreciative sniff of the good stuff. That might not be a bad thing. I set a fresh bowl of pretzels in front of him before turning my attention to the next customer. I've chatted about the weather, the Carolina Panthers' new quarterback, and the difficulties of finding a new hairdresser, while making anything from a dirty martini to a fuzzy navel by the time I see Mr. Handsome raise his glass at the end of the bar. Ready for another? Yes. Busy night? I swear the man's voice has gotten even sexier with the addition of 20-year-old scotch. I swallow hard and half consider how much Tony would charge me if I poured a glass for myself. Instead, I reach for my ginger ale and take a long sip before answering. Pretty typical Friday night during the summer. We get our share of tourists. Is that what brings you into town? No. I'm not surprised. Dressed in charcoal gray dress pants and a crisp white shirt, he doesn't strike me as a vacationer. Work then. I'm managing a new project in town. How long have you been in Wilmington? I ask, taking advantage of the short-lived lull in drink orders. He glances at an expensive-looking watch. A little over 12 hours. I laugh. Very new in town then. Welcome to Wilmington. Where are you staying? My company rents a few condos on the river. I bite my lip. His reply doesn't tell me much. A hotel would have suggested a short business trip, renting his own place a more permanent assignment. A company condo could go either way. Aimee, sweet girl. Pour me another. I got shot down again. Frank, one of our regulars, clearly had one too many and was trying to pick up someone willing to take him home. I look around for Tony, but my boss is nowhere to be seen. I pour him a tall glass of seltzer water with ice. Here, have one of these on the house. Ready to call it a night? I'll get you a cab. The bar has the local cab company on speed dial. What's wrong with you? I didn't order this. Frank throws the contents of the glass into my face. The ice-cold liquid takes my breath for a second, the small chunks of ice stinging when they collide with my cheeks. I wipe my face and mop the counter with a towel before stepping around the bar after calling for a cab. Thankfully, most of our patrons missed the incident, and Frank is mumbling his apology when I pull him off the bar stool and start to lead him toward the door. "Time to go home, Frank." He pulls away from me when he spots a pretty blonde in the back. There isn't much I can do. Frank is easily 300 pounds and built like a linebacker. "Hey man, did you catch the game last night?" My mystery man appears next to me, putting his arm around Frank's shoulder. "Of course. Those Dodgers showed them what's what, didn't they?" Frank loses all interest in the woman. "They sure did. Let's go get some air. I'm sure this pretty lady over here wouldn't mind keeping us company." My hero moves his head in the direction of the door. "Aimee? She's the prettiest girl in the whole place. And the nicest too." Wedged between me and my new favorite customer, Frank has little choice but to move toward the exit. Within a minute we are outside, a wave of humidity rolling over us. The roads are wet, streetlights reflecting in the puddles. The cab pulls up by the time we walk Frank down a few steps and prop him up against the wall. It takes quite a bit of effort to put him into the cab, the booze hitting the man hard. Thankfully, the cab driver is almost Frank's size and assures us he'll get the big guy into his house when Mr. Handsome hands him a few bills to pay for the ride. I don't see how much, but judging by how fast the cabbie moves, it has to be more than your typical fare. "Aimee?" He looks at me after the cab pulls away. "Yes." Making sure. The big guy didn't seem like the most reliable source of information. "I'm Leo." He holds his hand out, and I shake it. "Thank you for your help." I probably could have talked Frank into coming outside, but the extra pair of hands had made the job easier. "You're welcome. Should we head back inside?" He steps forward and opens the door for me when we get back to the bar. "Where have you been?" Tony raises an eyebrow at the sight of me and Leo entering the bar together. He turns to put a few bottles from a crate up on the shelf. Frank had one too many. Leo here helped me get him in a cab. I rush behind the bar and start cleaning glasses in the sink. "Appreciate that. Next drink is on me." Tony shakes Leo's hand. By the time I get through taking an order, my favorite customer is back in his seat. The door to the bar opens, and Maeve walks in. She takes a seat at the opposite end of the bar from where Leo is returning his attention to the top-shelf scotch I poured him 10 minutes ago. Has it really been less than half an hour since I first stared into those piercing eyes? "Who's the new hottie?" Maeve asks, gratefully accepting the low ball filled with soda water that Tony slides her way. A slice of lime sits on the rim. "You'll have to ask your roommate," Tony says, nodding his head my way. Prince Charming here came to her rescue while I was in the back. I step to Tony's end of the bar. His name is Leo, and he's a nice guy who can keep up a 300-pound drunk. That's all I know. I swear, I whisper, leaning across the polished pine top. "Interesting." Maeve sits up straight and takes a sip of her mock gin and tonic, eyeing Leo across the glass. "I think I'll go talk to him. See if he buys me a drink. Make it a real one of these if he does." She pushes her glass toward Tony and hops off the stool. "That girl is a firecracker," Tony says, his eyes lingering a little too long on my friend who's busy strutting across the bar, her target firmly in sight. "You should try living with her." I pour the contents of Maeve's glass down the sink and wash the glass, wondering if I should warn Leo about what's headed his way. I don't think the wife would appreciate that. My boss chuckles before turning his attention to a group of frat boys entering the bar. From the glassy look in their eyes, we aren't their first stop for the night. Great. Just what I need. More trouble. They better tip more than the last guy. After helping Tony fill the order of cocktails for the boys, I take a minute to watch Maeve and Leo from a safe distance. Her hand is resting on his, her body leaning toward him. He's speaking, and Maeve is hanging on every single word coming out of the man's mouth. With that voice, I can't blame her, but could she be more obvious? Little help over here? Tony nudges me and points his chin toward the group of middle-aged women who've spent the night chatting and sipping frozen strawberry margaritas. All of them teach middle school and decided to rent a house on Wrightsville Beach to celebrate the beginning of summer break. At least that's what they'd told me when they'd walked in and ordered our largest pitcher. Looks like they are ready for round number 3. By the time I make it to the table next to the window, their chatter is in full swing and quite a few decibels louder than it had been 2 hours ago. Another pitcher? I ask, trying to get their attention. Let's do shots. Everyone game? The blonde, obviously the queen bee of the bunch, doesn't wait for a reply from her friends. 5 shots of tequila and another pitcher of this stuff. You have got to tell me how to make these. 5 shots and another pitcher, coming right up. I retreat to the bar before she can insist on a recipe. Good thing, since there isn't one. Tony orders a mix from our wholesaler that I'm pretty sure isn't available at any liquor store. I run the blender twice to fill the large pitcher and arrange the shots on a tray along with limes and a shaker of salt. Catching another glance at Leo and Maeve, I notice that he stopped talking. I'm surprised how relieved I feel that they aren't hitting it off. His lips form a tight line, and he's trying his best to ignore Maeve, who I'm sure is talking nonstop at him. She does that, especially when she gets excited. Something about the tilt of her neck and angle of her shoulders tells me that something he said got her more than a little interested. Something other than his voice and those blue eyes. I deliver the shots and margaritas, quickly retreating before I get roped into more stories of middle school horrors. I've had plenty of those when I was in my early teens. Going to school in the county seat when you're from a small farm town will do that to a girl. Especially when the popular girls catch you with straw and cow dung on your boots the first day. Smelly Amy was the kindest of their nicknames for me. I pour myself another ginger ale with plenty of ice to wash away the bad taste that memory brings. Kids could be cruel. As could adults. Houston, we have a problem. Maeve returns to her seat, drink in hand. What's that? I start to rinse the last batch of the teacher's glasses, all of them sticky from the syrupy strawberry mix. Leo over here is a producer for that show I told you about. But no matter what I say, I can't get him to tell me anything else about it. Or commit to giving us an audition. You didn't. Chills run down my spine, and not the good kind. He's a customer, Maeve. Please promise me you didn't tell the guy that I'm an aspiring actress. Of course not. I told him you're an actress who tends bar in between jobs. He was more interested in that than anything else I had to say. Wanted to know what kind of acting you'd done. She downs half her drink. I groan. What did you say? I told him about the commercial. I wish I had it saved on my phone. You never know when that kind of stuff comes in handy. Maeve pulls her lipstick and compact out of her purse and touches up her dark red lips. I don't think that meal replacement shake commercial is anything to brag about, Maeve. I shake my head at my crazy friend. Finishing her drink, Maeve hops off her seat and announces that she's walking home. I'll get Henri to give you a ride, Tony says after taking in the full bar. It doesn't take a genius to see he's disappointed he can't do it himself. See you at home, I call after her and the college kid who helps out on busy weekends. Henri is back by the time I get enough of a break to check on Leo, who's finishing his second scotch. Can I get you another one of those? I ask, turning to reach for the top shelf bottle. Two's my limit, he says before tipping his glass to let the last few drops slide out. My eyes are glued to his Adam's apple while he finishes his drink. That's too bad. The words are out of my mouth before I can stop them. He cocks an eyebrow at me, which somehow makes his eyes even more piercing. Why's that? Top shelf scotch? It's good for business. You own this place? Both his eyebrows rise. I swear, this guy must have taken acting lessons. His face is more descriptive than a good book. And just as fun to lose yourself in. I have to remind myself he's still waiting for me to answer. I don't. Tony does. I work here. Could someone please return my wit and my ability to banter with customers? You could have fooled me. He smiles at me, and the most adorable dimple forms in his left cheek. All part of the job. I smile back, trying hard to ignore the butterflies in my stomach. Time to call it a night. It was nice to meet you, Aimee. I hope I'll see you again. Leaving another generous tip, Leo walks out of the bar, and I get back to washing dirty glasses. Time to face the music, I say after we split the piece of Black Forest cake and a bag of sour cream and onion chips. It's late and I'm ready for a hot shower and 8 hours of uninterrupted sleep, but I know I won't rest until I know how deep we are in the hole. I'll get my tips. Maeve walks over to the pile of dirndl on the floor and comes back with a wad of cash, dumping the handful of coins into our rainy day fund, an old pickle jar from the restaurant that's half filled with coins. Any and all spare change goes in there. When it's filled to the top, the plan is to take it to the bank. Otherwise, it pays for plain hamburgers and the occasional Snickers when we're too broke to buy groceries. I pull a small stack of envelopes from the drawer in our kitchen table and start to count the money from tonight. We made $162 in tips today. Not horrible for a Friday, but far from our best. It was slow, and I took $5 out to grab a coffee after work. It's fine. Tomorrow should be another good night at the bar, and you're working brunch, I remind her. If we cut out the extras, we should be able to make rent. I divide the bills, sticking a couple of tens and a 5 into the envelope to cover the power bill. We're still short, and I hope Maeve will do well on Sunday. A 20 goes into another one for our internet bill. 10 toward water and sewer. The rest goes into the one marked rent. How short are we on rent? Maeve asks, looking longingly at the vanishing pile of cash. On good weeks, there's money left over for groceries and clothes. Almost $200. I can feel the familiar pit in my stomach. I hate worrying about making ends meet. No more iced caramel lattes until we land acting jobs, Maeve promises for the second time this month. And we've been to how many auditions the past few months? I've lost count. Aside from the meal replacement ad, we've struck out so far. And that barely netted enough to pay for the pizza party we threw ourselves to celebrate our first paid acting gig. Don't be such a negative, Nellie. We're making a name for ourselves, getting out there. It's all about seeing and being seen in this town. Maeve's enthusiasm makes me smile. She makes Wilmington, North Carolina sound like LA. I'm trying. I am. Our acting coach keeps talking about the importance of a positive mindset and believing in yourself. But I'm not wired that way. Never have been, and positive thinking didn't save my mom, no matter how hard we prayed and how many healing vibes people across the world sent her way. I know you are. Don't give up hope. Who knows, maybe that cute guy from the bar really is a big shot producer. I bet he'll be back tonight. Maeve's offhand comment reminds me how late it is, and how exhausted I am after a day of acting lessons, chores, and putting in a full shift at the tavern. I promise, before crawling into bed for a few hours of sleep before our acting class in the morning. Chapter 4. Leo. The light streams into the room when I raise my head off the fluffy pillow. It had taken forever to fall asleep, but once I did, I was out cold. It had been a long day, and the shots had done the rest. My phone rings. I have a vague feeling that's what's woken me up. Hello? I clear my throat. That sounded scratchy, even to me. Mr. Sullivan. This is Fiona, your assistant. We spoke yesterday. Yes. I remember her. Tips of her hair dyed purple with matching wide-brimmed glasses. A little scattered like all creative types, but she'd done her best to get me up and running quickly when I got here. It's a little after 12, and your writers were wondering. What? I glance at the clock on the stove. Sure enough. It was past noon, and I had meetings lined up all morning. Sorry, I heard you. I'll be there as soon as I can. Would you send a car for me? I'd have to get my transportation figured out today. Of course. I'll have coffee waiting for you when you get here. Hot and black, right? She asks, repeating how I described my coffee order yesterday. That's right. And thank you, I add before hanging up. I'm in the shower 2 minutes later. The pressure is good, and the hot water is washing the last of the cobwebs away. I'm dressed and waiting downstairs, scrolling through email by the time the car arrives. Sorry, guys, I say when I walk into the writer's room. It's a tiny space, and several people have to scoot their chairs closer to the small conference table to allow me to get to the one remaining chair. Everyone nods, and we get to work. The script is taking shape, but I realize I have to make a few changes to this team before we dive into production for real. Fiona? I call the moment I walk out of the meeting. Yes, Mr. Sullivan? She's at my side with a second cup of coffee. Thanks, and call me Leo. We need a larger space to work out of. Can you set up some meetings to look for something bigger? Of course. How much bigger? She pulls her phone from her back pocket, her thumbs flying across the screen. At least double. And let's hire a couple of female writers. It was a testosterone fest in there. Fiona smiles and strides off. By the time I finish my coffee and return a few of the phone calls I missed this morning, she's back with a short list of available office spaces. I have a car coming to pick us up in 20 minutes if you want to go look at them. Great, but cancel the car and let's get a rental. I'll drive. Of course. For how long? The phone is back out, and I know the vehicle will be waiting for me in no time flat. Despite her creative looks and my first impression of Fiona as a bit of a scatterbrain, she's highly efficient. I should see how she feels about moving to LA after this. The rental car is here. Fiona pokes her head into my office half an hour later. I grab my jacket and join her. She rented me an Audi Quattro. A little overkill for this small town, but the studio has the big pockets to support the expense. I'm not so sure how they'll feel about me expanding our office space. That's a lot of space, Fiona says when we tour the first place. It is. And it's too much of an open floor plan for our needs. Too much, she asks, and I nod. The rental agent looks disappointed. Is there something with a few more rooms? And a couple of dedicated offices? I ask. I don't like the idea of sharing the same space with everyone else and would prefer rooms for our writers and other creatives. Shared office space will only take us so far with a project like this. Of course. Fiona gives me directions for the next space when we make it back to the car, text messages flying off for the next person to meet us. 3 properties later, we finally come across something that will work. It's farther away from the city center than anything else we've looked at, but the layout is perfect. How quick can we take possession? I ask. Does Monday work? I'll send you the paperwork this afternoon and get the ball rolling over the weekend, the rental agent replies. Perfect. I take one last look around while Fiona makes sure the guy has what he needs to make this happen. Hungry? I ask as we walk out the door. My stomach grows at the mention of a possibility of food. Fiona laughs. Starving. And I don't think you've eaten anything yet today, have you? She's right. I glance at my watch. 4 p.m. No wonder I'm ravenous. What sounds good? There's a great little diner on the way back to the office. They are quick and have great burgers and the best pie in town. If that's your thing. The suggestion sounds good to me, and 20 minutes later, we walk into the restaurant. It's less than a block away from the River's End Tavern. You were right. They are fast. I grab a couple of fries before scrolling through my phone. The video of the two girls from the bar last night is still open on YouTube. Curious, I'd looked it up late last night. I hit play and watched the 30-second clip. What's that? Fiona asks, picking at the grilled chicken salad she ordered. I turn the phone and play the video again. Two girls from down here I met last night. Maeve was good, but it's Aimee my eyes are drawn to. They're good. You should get them to audition for the show. They are, aren't they? I watched the video one last time. I have Maeve's contact information, but it's Aimee I want to talk to about this. If you get me their info, I'm happy to set up auditions, Fiona says, picking up her ever-present phone. No need. I'd rather do this in person. At the bar. Tonight. Don't forget you have dinner tonight with Margaret Rice. I made a reservation at circa 1922 at 8. Fiona puts down her phone and gets back to her salad. I bite into my burger and nod. So much for heading back to the bar as soon as it opens. Chapter 5. Aimee. Aimee, 2 more beers over here. Tony points to a table in the back. When the guys in suits first walked in, my heart did this weird little skipping thing. Until neither one of them turned out to be Leo. I put the filled glasses on a tray when my phone buzzes, again. Making cookies with the little monsters. The text from Maeve, who's babysitting twins tonight, is accompanied by a picture of all 3 of them covered in flour. Good luck cleaning that up. I hope Mrs. Foster doesn't get too upset about the mess. I babysat the twins for her before, and the woman is a bit of a neat freak. By the time I'm back behind the bar after dropping off the order for the suits, 3 more texts are waiting for me. Did he show? Leo. Is he back at the bar? Why don't you answer me? I text back a quick reply letting Maeve know that I'm working. Excuses. Let me know the minute he walks in. I reply with an eye roll emoji and shove my phone back into my pocket. I can't afford to get my boss upset either. Bills are due, and every penny counts, including the tips I can expect to make on a busy Saturday night. And a busy night it is. My feet ache, and I can barely feel my cheeks from all the smiling I've done. I've been hit on more times than I can count, but the tips are good and the orders keep pouring in. As do the texts from Maeve. After putting the twins to bed, they become more frequent. I finally pull out my phone to answer. Stop asking me. He's not here. Watch a movie or something. I feel bad as soon as I hit send, but sometimes the direct approach is the only thing that gets through to Maeve. The next hour passes in a blur. I have to hide a yawn when Tony announces last call. We make it through the last rush of orders when the door opens, a gust of hot, humid hair blowing in. I'm sorry, we're closing. My words stop along with my heart as I turn and see Leo standing right in front of me, his blue eyes looking right into mine. That's okay. I'm not here for the scotch. He smiles, and I start to feel dizzy. I must be more exhausted than I realize. I hold on to the bar top for support. Why are you here then? I was hoping you'd go grab coffee with me. There's an all-night diner down the road. It's a little late for coffee. And I'm a mess. I need 8 hours of sleep and a shower before I'm ready to go out with the likes of Leo. Decaf, then. And a piece of pie. I have it on good authority that they make the best cherry pie in town. At least that's what the waitress had claimed this afternoon. I can finish up here. You two go on ahead. Tony calls from behind the bar. I was hoping to talk to you somewhere a little quieter, he says. The diner shouldn't be too busy this time of the night. Maeve and I stopped by there when we had the cash to wind down over a plate of fries. I can't stay long. I grab my bag and jacket from behind the bar. I'll take what I can get. He holds the door open for me and falls into step with me as we stroll to the diner. Good to see you, Aimee. Where's Maeve? Erica tucks her order pad into her apron and pulls me into a hug. She's babysitting the foster twins. Lord have mercy. Remind me to send you home with a slice of pie. She's going to need it. Sit anywhere you like. She steps back behind the counter and starts a fresh pot of coffee. Leo walks to one of the booths and waits for me. Does this work? I slide in and put on my jacket. The air conditioning at the Cape Fear Grill is on full blast. By the time I'm settled and protected from the cold blast, Erica is back, menus in hand. What can I get you? Coffee to start? Decaf and a slice of that pie? Leo asks. I nod, and he places our order. Anything else? Some water would be nice. The long shift at the bar always leaves me parched, and the coffee at the grill is always piping hot. You've got it, hon, I'll be right back. Whipped cream on both pies? Yes, I say the moment Leo answers with a resounding no. One with, one without. She smiles and retreats behind the counter. For the first time since I've met him, I'm alone with Leo. This is my chance to get to know this guy, and I can't think of a single thing to start the conversation. How did you end up bartending? He asks, his hands busy rearranging the sweetener packets sitting in a small porcelain box on the table. My uncle owns one back home. He gave me my first job the week I turned 18. It's more of a beer joint. Not a lot of fancy cocktails. I make myself stop. How about you? Maeve didn't tell you? His hand stopped straightening the sugar packets. She did. But she's Maeve. She's not always great with the details. I'd like to hear it from you. I'm a junior producer, which means I do all the grunt work. My team and I are in town working on the pilot for a new TV show. It's for one of the big streaming services. I'm not at liberty to say which one. What exactly do you do? I ask. It's early days. Lots of scouting, rewriting the script for the pilot, and looking for a few key actors for the show. How did you get into this? Is producing something you've always wanted to do? I ask when Erica pours fresh, hot coffee into our cups and hands me a tall glass of ice water. Is tending bar something you always wanted to do? He asks before pouring sugar and cream into his coffee. I shake my head and drink half of the water. Not really. It's tending bar. Same. I sort of fell into it. I grew up in LA. My father worked on movie sets, and I'd tag along during the summer. He was in charge of lighting, but I'd end up running all over the lot, helping out where I could. It was fascinating to see the story come to life, take shape. And you wanted to be part of that. I could see the appeal. In a way, yes. I got my degree in literature and philosophy. I was always more interested in the story itself. What made it work? I tried my hand at screenwriting, but you can't turn around in LA without bumping into an aspiring writer. I have student loans to pay, and I knew people on the production side who would give me jobs. To make a long story short, I kind of fell into producing. I worked my way up, and here I am, about to produce my first pilot. LA. That's got to be an exciting place to grow up. I only know about the city from movies and shows. It is exciting. And loud. And crowded with air so thick with pollution you can barely breathe. It's gotten better, but man, I don't miss the traffic. I can't tell you how fun it is to be able to walk to half my work meetings here. He takes a drink of his coffee, a slow smile spreading across his face. The coffee here is always good. Not your typical, cheap diner brew. It's a nice town, I agree when Erica walks over, 2 generous slices of pie on her tray. She puts the one with a dollop of whipped cream in front of me before handing Leo his. Enjoy and call me if there's anything else I can get you. With that, she's off to take care of one of the other patrons of the diner. Did you grow up here? Leo asks, digging into his pie. The deep red filling starts to spread across the white plate. I shake my head. Linden, South Carolina, I say. It's a small little farming community. We have a post office and a stoplight, but that's about it. My family owns a farm just out of town. So you're a farm girl turned bartender. That's quite the career jump. Not really. My uncle's place is nothing like River's End. I started working there my senior year in high school. And I was back on the job during every college break, doing my best to pay my own way. I take a bite of my pie. It's as good as I remembered, the whipped cream, the perfect addition to the sweet filling. What made you leave Linden? He asks. College. Staying on the farm was never the plan. That's more of my brother's thing. I take another bite of pie and wash it down with hot coffee. The bitterness from the dark brew cuts the sweetness of the pie. The balance is perfect. What did you go to school for? He is looking at me, a piece of his pie balancing on the tip of his fork. Environmental science and drama. Not my proudest accomplishment, and there's no way I'm admitting that I chose my classes based on what didn't require early morning lectures. That's an interesting mix. Look who's talking. English and philosophy? He doesn't strike me as the typical candidate for either. Business school? Absolutely. Law? That was a possibility. But literature and philosophy? I didn't see it. My mom is an English teacher. She read me Tennyson and Frost as bedtime stories. Something must have stuck. The philosophy came later. My football coach got me to read Kant, and that was that. When I got to college, I took a few classes to dive a little deeper. Somehow, I ended up with a double major. Not that it did me much good when it came time to get a job. He shrugs. Tell me about it. It's even harder when you don't graduate. Again, the words fly out without my permission. I have got to work on a better filter. What happened? His eyes shoot up. To my surprise, there's no judgment in them. My mom got sick. They needed me at home. I dropped out mid-semester and never got a chance to go back. She's better now? She died last fall. Lung cancer. It had taken less than a year from the diagnosis that sent me rushing home to her funeral. His warm hand settles on mine, gently squeezing. I'm sorry. No, I can't imagine what you're going through, or time heals all wounds, or any of the other meaningless phrases I've heard a million times. Thank you. We sit quietly, his hand on mine, until Erica stops by to refill our cups. I pull my hand away and wrap both of them around the warm cup. There's a reason I asked you here. Aside from wanting to get to know you better. Leo looks up, making sure he has my full attention. I watched the commercial Maeve told me about. I stared down into the black liquid of my decaf coffee. We were late on rent. I thought it was good. I look up at Leo. Not the script, but you both did the best with what you were given. I'm pretty sure the two of you sold a lot of shakes for that company. I wouldn't know. They never bothered to call us back. The next commercial had featured different actors. Well, it earned you an audition for my TV show, he says. If you want it. Seriously? This isn't some pickup line, is it? Cold sweat runs down my spine. I've heard the stories. Maeve and I talked about who slept their way to a role all the time. No. And it's not just me. My production team thought you were perfect for one of the roles. I'd love to have you come in and read a few lines. I can have someone send the script over in the morning. That would be, I stop, realization hitting me. It would be what? It would be amazing if Maeve and I could audition? I hold my breath and try to imitate the puppy dog look Maeve perfected in her early teens. I should have been more clear. Yes, we would like both of you to come and audition. I liked Maeve's performance as well. She's got some skills and is quite the personality. He leans closer. Can I tell my PA to send 2 scripts over? Of course. Maeve is going to freak. I glance at my phone. It's almost 3 in the morning. Leo tells me a little about the show while we finish our pie and coffee. It's called The Moonlit Inn, a fictional bed and breakfast on the Carolina coast. The story centers around a young widow finding herself in love over the course of a few seasons, with plenty of quirky side characters and a handsome male lead rounding out the cast. "Ready to go?" he asks and insists on walking me to my car after taking care of the bill. He's a good tipper, and I have no doubt he'll be on the list of people Erica hugs on entry in no time. I'm still keyed up from the conversation and sugar by the time I unlock the door to our apartment, a slice of pie in hand. "Maeve?" I can't wait to see the look on my best friend's face when she finds out about the additions. I walk in and turn on the soft light over the sink. Maeve has pulled out the queen-sized futon that serves as our bed and is curled up on her side, sound asleep. She's dressed in the jeans and t-shirt she left in earlier, and unless I'm mistaken, there is flour and several dozen small rubber bands in her hair. There are only two reasons why I would find her passed out like that: too much to drink or utter exhaustion. My money is on the latter. I change into a comfortable t-shirt and shorts before crawling into bed. It takes me a long time to go to sleep. I start to wonder if the coffee at the diner wasn't really decaf. I play a stupid game on my phone, trying to be as quiet and still as possible until the first stray rays of sun creep around the curtains. Chapter 6. Leo. "Leo? Timothy wants to see you." Fiona pokes her head into my office. I look up, surprised and slightly disoriented, jostled out of my daydream of Aimee. I've replayed our conversation at the diner again and again for the past few days. It took every ounce of willpower not to walk into the bar. But I'm not going to be that guy. The one that stalks the girl he likes at her place of work. Send him in. I put my most charming smile on and watch the 50-something guy in board shorts and flip-flops stroll into my office. I don't know why the studio decided on him to direct The Moonlit Inn, but I was stuck with him for at least the pilot. "What did you think?" I ask. "About what?" He flops into a chair and puts his feet on my desk. "Aimee and Maeve's audition tapes. I think they'll be perfect for the lead and sidekick. I hope the writers make a final decision on character names soon. It keeps changing, and it's confusing when Connie becomes Cheryl before turning into Yasmin because that feels right today. I haven't had a chance to watch them. I do have the perfect person for the lead, though. You're familiar with Ashley Cunningham? I've heard of her, I hedge. She's a small-time actress. A fake blonde Barbie doll type with a large Instagram following. Not who I'd choose for the part. I reached out and had her fly in for an audition today. You'll love her." He grins and rocks back in the chair. "Okay, but let's keep our options open. I have a good feeling about Aimee. The studio heads will love her, and she's a complete unknown, which means big savings in her salary. And Maeve's, I remind myself. I'll look at those tapes if things don't work out with Ashley," he promises. "Was there anything else you needed?" I can't wait to get Timothy out of my office. "Yeah, I don't know about that new writer you hired. I'm not sure she fits in with the team." That's the point. A fresh perspective. And hiring a female writer was my call. Thankfully, Timothy doesn't have much pull when it comes to the script. Actors, on the other hand, are a different story. Suit yourself, but I can tell you this is going to cause issues down the road. He gets up and saunters out of my office, leaving the door open. My phone pings before I get a chance to close it. "I enjoyed spending time with you last night. Let's do this again." I groan. Margaret Rice had made it clear during our dinner that she'd enjoyed my company. And again in the email she sent me the next day with a link to a file Fiona had already downloaded from the city website. I can't shake the feeling that dodging the Wilmington City Film Liaison is becoming an issue. By the time Ashley arrives at the office for her screen test, I've cleared my inbox and checked in with the writers. To my surprise, Timothy seems to be the only person having an issue with Nina. The rest of the writers are raving about the new edition. I'm going to sit in, if you don't mind, I say when I walk into the small room that's set up with a simple video camera and a few lights. Timothy and his assistant are already sitting at the table opposite Ashley. Ashley, this is Leo Sullivan, the producer. Timothy waves in my direction. It's nice to meet you. Ashley rises and shakes my hand, a huge smile plastered on her face. Likewise. I return the handshake and the smile, reveling in the look of displeasure on my director's face. At least Ashley here knows who signs off on her potential paychecks. I take my seat and chide myself for the petty thoughts. Ashley's audition is decent, but I'm not sure she's the right fit for the role. When I voice that opinion in our meeting, Timothy flies off the rails. Who do you think you are, pretty boy? Since when do you bean pushers know anything about this? You wouldn't recognize a great actor if they fell in your lap. And no wonder. You're still wet behind the ears. First project is my guess. I can't believe they stuck me with a first time. A knock on the door interrupts his tirade. Excuse me. Fiona walks in. Yes? Timothy stares at her. Ashley Cunningham's agent called. She won't be able to sign on for this project. There's a scheduling conflict. Now see what you've done. Timothy storms out of the office like it's my fault that she has a better offer on the table. Thankfully, I'm spending the rest of my day off-site, scouting out locations with a guy named Charles. We hit it off and grab a beer at a hipster joint on Main Street that makes me miss the atmosphere of the River's End Tavern. Leo? Timothy waits for me in front of my office the next morning. My attempt at convincing everyone not to start until after 10 is failing miserably. Come in. What can I do for you? I accept the coffee Fiona has waiting for me and open the door to my space. My sanctuary in the chaos that's a production office. I got a chance to review those audition tapes this morning. Maeve and, he looks down at a piece of paper in his hand. Aimee. Aimee Lawrence. Right. The girl has talent. They both do. And you have an eye for it. Well done. I think we should send this up to corporate and get them to write up contracts for both of them. If we can get Cash Marshall on board, we have all the big star power we need to get this baby rolling. Sounds like a plan to me. I'll get in touch with them now. I walk Timothy to the door and close it behind him. I have a feeling his admission that I have an eye for talent is as close to an apology as I'll get from famed director Timothy Baker. Leo, you have a call on line 1. Margaret Rice is calling about some additional questions, Fiona says before I get back to my desk. Of course she is. For a split second, I contemplate handing her off to Fiona, but I know better. Someone in Margaret's position can make my life much harder than it is already going to be. As city film liaison, it's within her power to delay permits and block access to outside filming locations in and around Wilmington. I can't afford to get on her bad side. Margaret. I'm so sorry I haven't gotten back to you. Crazy first days of the project. You know how it goes. What can I do for you? I settle in for a long conversation I don't want to have and a possible dinner engagement I'm not looking forward to. Sometimes the whining and dining part of the job isn't all it's cracked up to be. Chapter 7. Aimee. I want a ladybug, please. The little girl hops on the stool and points to her cheek. You're in luck. Ladybugs are my specialty. I grab a clean brush and put some black and red face paint on a small paper plate. You owe me for getting us into this, I whisper to my soon-to-be former best friend. Sweat is running down my back. We have bills, she whispers back before motioning for the next child in line to come up. I like your wings. My little customer points to the ridiculously large set of butterfly wings the event coordinator for Wilmington's 34th annual Summer Fest made us wear when we reported for work this morning. Thank you. Can you hold really still for me? I ask. The girl nods and golden curls fly all around her face. I brush a few stray ones behind her ear and get to work. It doesn't take long to finish. Can I see? Her small hand flies up to her cheek. Yes, but try not to touch it, or it will smear, I caution while I hold up a small hand mirror. It's perfect. The little girl's exuberance is contagious. It is, isn't it? Maggie is obsessed with ladybugs, her mother explains before slipping me a $10 tip. My mood brightens considerably. Let me guess. You like Miraculous? It's hard to miss ads for the hottest kids' TV show around. I love Miraculous, she corrects me, making me laugh. I can tell. I hope you have a great time at the festival. I will. My mom said we're getting ice cream next. She hops off the stool. I look over at Maeve, who looks as hot as I am. She's busy turning a little boy's face into Spider-Man. She's the real artist here. Her years of goth makeup experience are paying off on this gig. I motion for the next child in line to come up. What can I paint for you? I ask the 6-year-old boy with dirty blonde hair, pointing to the poster with various options. A child had yet to choose one of them. Can I have a shark? With big, sharp teeth? I do a quick search on my phone. Something like this? I hold it up to him, then his father for approval. You're an artist, his dad says halfway through the process. I step back and admire the face and outline of the rest of the shark's body. It's definitely identifiable as a shark. Far from it. My friend over here is the one with all the experience. Maeve has been drawing for as long as I've known her. The full-face Spider-Man mask is nearing completion and is worthy of a comic convention. Don't sell yourself short, the man says, and his son is happy when the shark is done. I'm grateful for the small lull in children lining up to get their faces painted. The guy making balloon animals is finally back from his lunch break and taking some of the pressure off us. My phone buzzes. It's a text from Leo. Can you meet this afternoon? I'm working. Tomorrow? Where are you? Is Maeve with you? I only need 5 minutes. I wonder at the urgency in his tone. Or maybe I'm only imagining it. We're at the summer festival downtown. Face painting. Is this about the audition? Yes. 3 little dots indicating he's typing something appear, then nothing. When my next customer shows up requesting a cat face, I stick my phone in the back pocket of my denim shorts and don't get a chance to check it again until Leo's handsome face appears before me. We're going to take a quick break, I tell Madeline, the event coordinator, after scribbling back in 10 minutes on a piece of cardboard and propping it up on the table Maeve and I share. Both of you at the same time? She doesn't look happy. We won't be long, I promise, and pull Maeve to a free picnic table under a shady oak tree. The temperature is easily 10 degrees cooler here. I'm going to grab us something cold to drink. Lemonade okay? Leo barely waits for our nods before dashing off. What's going on? Maeve asks. She lies back on the bench, putting her arm behind her head. Leo has news about the audition. Maeve jumps back up. That's all I know. I'm sure he'll tell us when he gets back. I'm slumped on the table, trying hard not to fall asleep when he comes back carrying huge containers of frozen lemonade and a plate of fries. You're the best. Maeve snags a few fries before holding the cold lemonade to her neck. You have news? I ask after tasting the pale yellow drink. It's tart and cold and hits the spot after working in the sun for the past 4 hours. I do. The production team has gone through your audition tapes. The director has seen them. He takes a fry, dips it into ketchup, and pops it into his mouth. And, we say in unison, fries and lemonade forgotten. They were impressed. Aimee, they want to offer you the lead role. Seriously? I can't believe what I'm hearing. The parts we read for were minor side characters, not even the regular supporting actors that make up most of the cast. One look in Leo's eyes confirms that he means what he's saying. That's great. I'm so proud of you. Maeve hugs me and does her best to hide the disappointment in her voice. We want to offer you a role as well, Maeve. Nice. I'd make an amazing Anne-Marie or that nosy neighbor. Anything but Claire. The gleam is back in her eyes as Maeve runs through the list of characters from the script we poured over the past week. Leo coughs. You've got to be kidding me. The married sister with the 2-year-old? That's how they see me? It's a part. A paying job. I put my arm around my friend, trying to reassure her. The writers are probably going to make some changes to the character. The director loved the chemistry between the two of you. He was surprised when I told them you weren't sisters. The lead. They want to give me the lead role in the series. But I have no experience, no credits, no. I can't wrap my head around the news. And the main supporting role. I have to go call my mom. Maeve pulls her phone from her pocket and walks off. It's not actually, Leo calls after her. I put my hand on his when he tries to get up. Let her have this. She'll figure it out. Let her be excited. She'll love the part no matter how it's changed. What about you? Isn't there someone you want to call? He asks, his eyes sliding down to look at our hands. I pull mine back and consider his question. My father and my brother wouldn't get it. They'd tell me to stop chasing pipe dreams and ask me to come back home. Uncle Gus would tell me how proud he is of me before getting back to his customers. I shake my head. There isn't. No one but Maeve. Your mama would be so proud of you. Maeve hugs me when she returns. I don't know about that. My mother always pictured I'd find someone who would take care of me. Have kids, run the house. The life she lived. To her, family was everything. We should go celebrate. Why don't I take you both out to dinner when you're done here? Leo takes a sip of his own lemonade, looking pleasantly surprised. Dressed like this? I look at my paint-stained shirt and the wings flapping across my shoulder. I don't have a problem with it. I like the wings. Leo grins. Where would you like to go? Hikari, Maeve says without hesitation. If you can get us a table. She's been looking for an excuse to go to the high-end sushi place since she moved here. We hadn't been able to justify the expense. The place was one of the higher-end restaurants in town. Our budget only allowed for the occasional splurge of grocery store rolls. Let me see what I can do. When are you done here? Leo is typing away at his phone. We work until 5, Maeve says. And then I'm going home to take a shower. I am putting my foot down. There's no way I'm going out looking and smelling like this. Chapter 8. Leo. Fiona, I have a favor to ask. I walk up to my assistant's desk, handing her the balloon dachshund I picked up on my way out. That's got to be some favor if you come bearing gifts, Fiona says, a big smile lighting up her face. Can you get me a reservation at Hikari's? Tonight? You're joking, right? That's the hottest place in town. She puts the balloon animal aside and looks at me with big eyes. I have faith in you, I say with as much confidence as I can muster. It's a tall order, but I'll see what I can do. Maybe there's a favor or two I can call in. She's scrolling through her phone already. You're the best. Hold that praise until I can deliver. Table for 3, she asks. I see Charles walking in my direction. Make that 4, I say. Going out with 2 women would get awkward. If I can talk Charles into being my wingman, he can entertain Maeve, allowing me to focus my full attention on Aimee. I'll get back to you. Fiona is on the phone talking to someone by the time I wave for Charles to join me in my office. Hey boss, ready to look at the location for that river scene? He asks, sauntering in. Sure. Let me take care of something real quick, and we can head out. Take a seat. I pull up my email and look for the latest update from the writers. Take your time. Charles sits back in the seat. His feet stay firmly planted on the floor. Do you have any plans for tonight? I ask. Nope. We can stay out as long as it takes, he assures me. Would you like to go out to dinner? I ask, scanning through the latest changes from the team. The script for the pilot is taking shape. A small cough gets my attention. When I look up, Charles is sitting up straight. The tips of his ears are turning red. He stutters. I am taking 2 actresses, we are signing out to dinner. I was wondering if you'd like to join us. It's on company dime at a local sushi place. If you have other plans, it's no problem. Oh. That sounds like fun. I thought, he shakes his head. You thought what? I ask. I thought you were asking me out. He grins, the relief written all over his face. No, but I should warn you. I like one of them. Aimee. I'm hoping you will keep her best friend entertained. My turn to grin. What does she look like? He asks. Pretty. Black hair. I honestly don't remember all that much about her. I do, however, remember the YouTube video of the commercial they made. I pull it up and show him. I'm game, he says the moment Maeve walks into the frame holding a bottle of the meal replacement shake they are advertising. Boss? Fiona sticks her head into my office. Did you work your magic? I ask, hoping for the best. Of course. Your reservation is for 7. It's early, but it's the best they could do on short notice. I'll check with Aimee, but I'm sure it'll be fine. You're a gem. I'll try my best to get the girl a raise. She deserves it and then some. Margaret Rice called again. I told her you were in a meeting. She needs you to call her back ASAP. Fiona steps back and closes the door before I can get a word in. Smart girl. 7 works for me. Where are we going? Charles asks. Hikari's, I say while typing a quick message to Aimee and hitting send. Impressive. Fiona must have some serious connections to make that happen. They're booked 6 weeks out. He gets up, looking impressed. I had no idea. Busy, yes. Challenging to get a table, last minute? Sure. But this made Fiona's feat seem like something almost impossible. Want to leave from here? Charles asks. My phone pings. I glance down. Aimee and Maeve can make it. Why don't you meet us there? I ask, sending a quick reply to Aimee that I will pick them up to give her as much time as possible to get ready. Works for me. It'll give me a chance to shower and clean up. He walks to the door. I'll be out in a minute, I say, picking up the landline on my desk to call Margaret, thankful not for the first time this week that I didn't give her my cell number. Margaret, what can I do for you? I say in the most cheerful voice I can when she picks up. I'm so glad you called, Leo. I'm having an intimate get-together at my house. A few people from town, good food, excellent wine. Very low-key. Can you make it tonight, at 9? I'm sorry. I can't make it tonight. I'm having dinner with some of our actors. Rain check? I ask, regretting the last word the moment it flies out of my mouth. That's too bad. You don't know what you're missing, she breathes into the line. I'm sure. Listen, I am terribly sorry, but I have to run. My location scout is waiting for me. I know it's rude, but I hang up before she can reply. Chapter 9. Aimee. Here we are. Charles should be here any minute. I hope you ladies are ready to celebrate. Leo holds open the door to Hikari. I hope you don't mind. I invited one of our location scouts to join us. A double date. Sounds like fun to me. Is he good looking? Maeve doesn't miss a step at the news. I, on the other hand, shot Leo a dirty look. I think so? I'm not really the best judge for that kind of thing. The girls at the office talk about him a lot. Leo ushers us in and gives the hostess his name. That could go either way. You don't happen to know what they say about this guy? What's his name again? Maeve asks as we follow the hostess to a table in the back. Charles, and I don't know. You can ask him yourself. Leo waves at a guy standing at the bar. They are about the same age, and while I don't think he looks as good as Leo, he's not a bad-looking guy. Charles, meet Aimee and Maeve. We shake hands and take our seats. Your server will be right with you, the hostess says before walking back to her station to greet the next guests. I can't believe you got us a table here. Maeve shakes her long, dark hair and crosses her legs. Charles can't keep his eyes off her. Leo here can make just about anything happen. So which one of you two is the lucky lady? I look first at Maeve, then at Leo. I don't know what you're talking about. Who got the lead? Leo told me this is a celebration. Let me guess, I bet it's you. Charles points at Maeve. Nope. I'm the fun sidekick. And from what Leo tells me, they are already rewriting the script because I'm way more interesting than the original Goody Two-Shoes version. I laugh. That's Maeve for you. I look over at Leo. Let me know when you start to second-guess your decision. Good evening. I'm Oliver, and I'll be your server tonight. Here is our sushi menu, and here is everything else. The tall young man dressed in black slacks, a crisp white shirt and a red bow tie hands us two different sets of menus. Can I get you something to drink while you choose? Sake, for everyone. We're celebrating. Leo opens his menu. And just so we're clear, tonight is on me. And by me, I mean the company credit card. Eat and drink your fill. Trust me, the studio can afford it. You can't tell by the location budget for this show or my salary, but if you say so. Charles opens the first menu, closes it, and moves on to the sushi one. I follow suit. Could we get some water as well? I ask the server before he disappears through a set of dark mahogany doors. Is everyone doing sushi? Maeve asks, looking around the table. We all nod. What looks good? Leo asks over his open sushi menu. I think I'm going to try the volcano and Diablo rolls. And don't judge me, a California roll, just in case. He closes his menu. I don't judge. Not when it comes to sushi. There are no bad sushi choices. Except maybe the brown rice ones. It's basically healthy food already. No need to push it beyond its own limits. I take another look through the list of offerings, eliminating a few options. By the time our server arrives with the drinks, I have it narrowed down to 5. I ask Maeve to go first. 3 rolls. No eel. Other than that, tell the chef to surprise me. She hands him her menu and the rest of us place our orders. I panic when Oliver calls on me next. I go with my safe choices, spicy tuna and rainbow roll. Could I get a side of seaweed salad? Of course. The server takes the rest of the orders and disappears, and the conversation turns to the upcoming pilot project. How does this work from here? The show. Do you have any idea when we'll start filming? I ask. These thoughts have been rolling around in my head until Leo came to meet us this afternoon. Contracts are first. I'll have our lawyers get in touch with your manager. Have him call our office in the morning. Leo picks up another piece of tiger roll. We don't have a manager. I feel warmth creeping into my cheeks. Probably from the sake. Yet. What Aimee means is that we don't have a manager yet. With this in the works, it shouldn't be hard to find someone to represent us. If news gets out, they'll be calling us. Maeve's eyes are bright, and I'm pretty sure it's not the iced green tea she's been drinking. That's an option. At the very least, you should have an entertainment lawyer look over the contracts. I can call around, see if anyone in town has a recommendation. A crease forms between Leo's eyebrows. I'd appreciate that. Legal ramifications and contracts hadn't even crossed my mind. I figured a manager's main job was to get us into auditions. We didn't have much experience with what happened once you made it to the next step. Aimee, let's freshen up before the food gets here. Maeve rises and pulls me up with her. The big guns at the studio aren't going to like this, Charles says, barely audible as we cross the dining room. A lawyer will drive their pay up as much as he can. I slow my steps to catch Leo's response. It'll still be less than we'd pay some B-list actress with an IMDb listing. Did you hear that? I ask Maeve after making sure no one else is in the stalls. Hear what? Leo admitting he offered us the parts because we're cheap. We're apparently less expensive than B-list actors. We all have to start out somewhere. Yes, we won't make as much as established actresses, but it gets us a foot in the door. And I'm pretty sure it pays better than waiting tables and pouring drinks. Maeve pulls out her mascara and gives her thick lashes another coat. But why take the risk? We're unknowns. Wouldn't the studio want someone with some clout? Someone the audience recognizes? Especially for the lead in a new show? I lean against the counter and take in the room. It feels more like a dressing room from an old movie than a public restroom. Stop borrowing trouble. We got the roles. Let's see where this goes. Maybe we won't make it past the pilot, but at the very least, we'll have some real acting work on our resume. And they'll probably get someone with some clout for one of the other roles. I wonder who the male lead will be. She puts the mascara away and pulls out her lipstick. What do you think of Charles? He's pretty darn cute, right? He seems nice. I haven't paid the man a whole lot of attention, but he and Maeve seem to be hitting it off. I hope he asks me out. Her hand sweeps the dark red stain across her lips. We are out. You know what I mean. I hope he wants to go somewhere else after dinner. Or at least asks for my phone number. She grins at me through the mirror. Ready to head back? Our sushi is waiting by the time we get back to our table. Everything look okay? Leo asks. I notice that he hasn't touched any of the artfully arranged pieces on his plate yet. Charles, on the other hand, is busy stuffing his face. It's beautiful. I say, almost tempted to take a picture of the artful arrangement on my own plate. Almost. Because I'm not one of those people. The ones who have to document every culinary experience on their phones. I can't stand it when customers Instagram the cocktails I create for them. Even if Tony insists it's good for business. The bar even has its own hashtag. Hashtag #DrinkRiverSend. Maeve doesn't share my objections. She's pulling out her phone, taking snapshots of the food, of Charles, even roping our server into a group selfie. By the time we're settled down to eat, she and Charles have exchanged several social media handles, and the restaurant has been tagged and hashtagged across multiple platforms. What happened to sharing a meal in peace? Leo mumbles under his breath. I pick up my chopsticks and pop a piece of sushi into my mouth. The spicy tuna is amazing. I have to hold back a moan. Sushi is one of my favorite meals, but not often in the budget. And this is worlds better than the stuff we usually pick up at the grocery store. This is good. Maeve says when she finally puts her phone down and starts eating. I couldn't agree more. I pick up a piece of rainbow roll. I can already taste the creamy avocado when it happens. The piece slips from my chopsticks and launches across the table, barely missing the small vase in the center and hitting Leo's crisp white shirt with a thud. I hold my breath and all the blood drains from my face as it slowly slides down his torso, leaving a brown and green trail of wasabi and soy sauce. I am so sorry. The words stumble out. I am glued to my seat, paralyzed as I watch Leo pick the crumbling piece up and put it down on his plate. Maeve snorts, and I shoot her a dirty look. It only makes it worse. Oh, come on. This is pretty funny. You should see your face. Both of you. I wish I had a picture. Oh, wait. Don't even think about it, I warn. Woken from my stupor, I grab my napkin and dip it in my water before walking over to Leo's side. Let me clean this up. My hands shake as I raise them to his chest and do my best to blot the stain out. With plain, cool water, it isn't going well. You're spreading it, Maeve says. Leo puts his hand over mine and moves the cloth away from his shirt. It's okay. I've got this. His face is so close to mine, I can feel his warm breath wash over my face. I almost stumble when I step back to give him room to get up. His hand shoots out and steadies me. I'll be right back. By the time Leo returns from the restroom, the stain on his shirt still visible, but markedly improved. I have regained my composure. What do you guys want to do next? Charles asks when Leo signs the bill. Let's go dancing. The Porpoise has a good crowd on Saturdays. Who's game? Maeve turns and looks at me, eyes wide and glinting with excitement at hitting the downtown club. I don't have the energy to go clubbing after being out in the sun all day. I'm pretty beat. It had been all I could do to get cleaned up for dinner. I held back a yawn. Oh, come on. Don't leave me hanging. Pretty please. We're only young once. Maeve looks at me with her best puppy eye stare. Thankfully, I've grown immune to it over the past year living together. I can't. You guys go have fun. I'll call for a ride back to our place. I pull my phone from my purse. I'll give you a ride. I have an early meeting tomorrow morning. Leo puts his card back in his wallet, stands and holds his hand out to help me up. Are you sure? I ask. I don't want to make you turn in early. I don't mind at all. Clubs aren't really my scene. His smile is reassuring. Aside from the fact that it's also dazzling and sending butterflies dancing in my abdomen. Chapter 10. Aimee. Would you like to stop for some ice cream? Leo asks as we walk to his car. I have a bit of a sweet tooth. Ice cream would be nice. There's a place down by the river that's pretty good. The thought of a cool, creamy dessert gives me a second wind. When I first moved here, I'd tried every single ice cream place in and around town. None of them were as good as the Dairy Barn at home, but the peach ice cream at Frozen South comes close. Let's go check it out. Leo holds the door open for me and shuts it behind me before getting into the driver's seat. We make the short drive in silence except for my directions. A few cars are parked around the place, but the line isn't too long. The sun was setting during our drive over here. Now, only the moon and a few bright stars light up the sky. What's good here? Leo asks when it's our turn to order. Everything is pretty good, but the peach is my favorite. I place my order for a double scoop in a waffle cone. 1 scoop double chocolate fudge and 1 scoop of strawberry, Leo says after some serious contemplation. Would you like that in a cone or a cup? The teenage girl with braids behind the counter asks. I'll take a waffle cone as well. I try to pay for our dessert, but he's not having any of it. This is still on company dime, he says before paying with cash and leaving the girl a generous tip. I grab some napkins and head outside. Would you like to walk along the river while we eat these? He nods, already busy tasting his treat. This is good. They use real strawberries. You sound surprised. I told you this place was good. Second best ice cream out there. We are strolling down the boardwalk, the moon reflecting in the ripples of the Cape Fear River. Your top choice is top secret? He asks. A little of his chocolate ice cream is sticking to the corner of his mouth, and I fight the urge to clean it off. Instead, I hand him one of the napkins. Not really. It's just not within easy driving distance. The mystery deepens. He grins and takes another lick of his ice cream. The combination of pink strawberry ice cream with thick chunks of berries and the dark chocolate looks pretty darn good. I make a mental note to give it a try. I promise it isn't a mystery. I grew up in a small farming town. The best ice cream I've tasted is at a place called the Dairy Barn. If you ever make it to Linden, we'll check it out. I'll take you up on that offer. He stops at the railing to look at the setting sun. The breeze off the river blows through my hair, pushing some of it in my face. Leo turns and brushes it back with his free hand. Thank you. The words barely come out. Being this close to him does something to me. It makes me crave something more than the sweet peach ice cream that's quickly melting in the warm summer air. Let's start with some gratitude exercises, Douglas says as we rush into our acting class. He is wearing his usual tight jeans and bare-thread t-shirt. He paces the room, the soles of his tall Converse squeaking with each step on the hardwood floor. I told you we'd be late, I whisper-shout to Maeve, who had to change her outfit 3 times. For acting class. I try not to roll my eyes at her. Let's go around the room. I want each of you to tell me about a win you had this week. It doesn't matter how big or small. Anything related to your craft or your career. Let's start with you, Aimee. Douglas walks up to me and puts a hand on my shoulder. His green eyes are burning into mine. I draw a complete blank. All I can think of is Leo and the way he looked at me when he said goodnight. I had an audition this week for a new role. I finally managed to get out. That's wonderful. You know what I say about auditions. He lets go of me and turns to face the rest of the group. There are no bad auditions. Only learning opportunities, our little troupe of aspiring actors says in unison. It's Douglas's mantra and something he brings up at least once each week. Who's next? Douglas asks, watching for any reactions. Was this for the new TV show everyone's been talking about? Peter asks. I heard it's for a streaming service and they plan to film everything in town. If it takes off, there should be all sorts of roles. I didn't realize they'd started auditioning. This has to be something else, probably another commercial. Molly looks confident in her summer dress and combat boot combo. I swear the woman hasn't doubted herself even once. And why would she? She's the queen bee of this town. The actress with the biggest resume. The one with big plans to move to LA. Or so she says. I have yet to see her in anything. Aimee got the lead role, Maeve blurts out, and I'm ready to kick her. This is not the time or the place. How did that happen? Heather asks. When? You have the role for sure? Congratulations. That's huge. You must be so excited. The questions and comments are flying at me from all directions. Douglas grabs me into a tight hug. It's only for the pilot. And yes, it's for the new show. They are using a casting agency, and somehow they saw the commercial. Maeve got an offer too. For The Amazing Sister. Don't be surprised if you see me winning a Best Supporting Actress award. I am so going to rock this role. Maeve dances over to my side. Who's the casting agency they are using? Can you get us an audition? Who else are they looking for? I am so late on rent I'd take anything, seriously. David looks desperate. I know the feeling well. I take a deep breath and try to center myself. I'm not a big fan of all this attention. Sorry, I didn't mean to blurt that out. I'm just so happy and excited. Maeve walks up and squeezes my hand. It's okay. I guess the unwanted attention is something I'll have to get used to if this show takes off. We are all very happy and excited for you, and we want to hear more as this project progresses. For now, let's continue with today's lesson. That is what you pay me for, after all. Douglas claps his hands 3 times. Let's skip the gratitude spiel and move right into breathing exercises. After that, I want you to partner up and practice the improv exercises we went over last week. The class goes by quickly. Douglas keeps us on task, and I'm able to pair up with Maeve for the various exercises. So you two are making out like bandits. Molly walks up to us after class, her posse gathering around her, tossing back their hair. You know what they say. It helps to cozy up to the producer or director. Catherine looks right at me, accusation blaring in her eyes. That's who you were with last night at the boardwalk, wasn't it? You two looked pretty close. That explains it, Molly says. Women like you give the whole industry a bad name. It's easy to guess what she's thinking. What do you mean women like her? Maeve gets up into Molly's face before I can stop her. Women with talent who work hard. Women who work on their craft. Who go to audition after audition. Who work at a bar to pay the bills. Women who don't have a trust fund or parents who pay for everything. Is that who you're talking about? Because that's what Aimee did. And that's all Aimee did. Maeve, stop. I put my hand on her shoulder. I all but pull Maeve out of class. She's still fuming by the time we make it back home. Seriously. You'd think they'd be nicer to us. We have connections. Don't they realize we could get them parts? I don't know about that. But either way, it's their loss. Don't let them get to you. It's sweet of you to defend me, but it's not necessary. I realize how wrong that assumption was as soon as I opened my laptop. My email and social media are flooded with messages about Leo and me. Molly isn't the only one jumping to conclusions. Chapter 11. Leo. Fiona, do we have the printer set up yet? I ask, stepping out of my new office and looking at the chaos in front of me. Not yet. They are installing it now. Give it 30 minutes. Her desk is an island of serenity in a sea of. I don't even know how to describe it. Boxes and pieces of equipment are scattered all over the place. People are scurrying back and forth, taking some of them into various rooms. Others are bringing in even more. I had no idea we'd crammed this much stuff into our old place. I don't know how you do it, I say. Do what? She asks, motioning for the large fold-out tables and white boards to go to the new writer's lounge. Work in the middle of this and stay on top of what needs to go where. She's like a conductor, shaping the turmoil into something meaningful and beautiful. Oh, trust me, this is nothing. I told you I'm the oldest of 7, right? She laughs and her fingers fly across the keyboard. I shake my head and return to my refuge. With the door closed and the blinds drawn, I can pretend there's nothing to worry about. Which is true, thanks to Fiona. 7 kids? I can't even imagine. The phone on my desk rings. Good. Something around here is working. Leo. How are things going? Will, my supervising producer, asks. We're getting settled in at the new digs. What's got you up and at it so early? 9 isn't that early for me, he says. I glance at my watch, surprised to find that it's already noon. Feels like we just got here. I didn't realize it's that late. What can I do for you? Listen, I wanted to talk to you for a minute about the choice for the lead role and her sister. I've got to tell you, I'm a little surprised you went with 2 total unknowns. I lean back in my chair and settle in for the battle to come. Will gives me a pretty long leash unless he thinks I'm making a mistake. Have you looked at their audition tapes? I have. I'm not saying they are bad and they certainly have chemistry, but for this to get past the pilot stage, he trails off. I get where you're coming from, but here's what I'm thinking. They are great. 2 fresh faces may be just what we need. And Timothy likes them. He's on board 100%. I don't mention that my director is already changing Maeve's role to fit her personality. It's a battle for another day. Tell you what, let's give it a try and evaluate after the first dailies are in. I like how much this is saving on the budget. We might be able to up what we're offering Cash Marshall. With him signed on, we'd have all the star power we need, Will says. Great idea. No need to mention that Timothy and I discussed the same thing. When do you think we'll see those first shots? Will asks. We're moving into the new space today. Give me a couple of days to get everyone settled in, and I'll have something for you, I say. The sooner the better. The studio wants to get this out for the summer lineup. Will's putting the pressure on already. Never a good sign. I'll get it done, I promise. The printer is working, Fiona tells me when I walk out of my office. Good. The studio is already asking for dailies, I tell her. Seriously? We don't have a male lead, locations finalized, or a wardrobe department. What do they think? We pull this out of thin air? Fiona shakes her head. She does make it seem like that's exactly what she does. We'll have to step on the gas a bit and get everyone together for table reads as soon as possible. Did Aimee and Maeve get their scripts? I ask. Of course. I messaged them over first thing this morning before we left. Fiona gets up and talks to one of the movers, no doubt telling him to work faster. Charles. I'm surprised to see my location scout in the office. I thought he was out finding us the perfect spot for the first scene. I was looking for you. I think I found the place. Do you have time to go over some shots? He asks. Of course. We walk into my office, and he puts a memory card into my laptop, pulling up an array of images of a house on the river. It looks right out of something from Dawson's Creek and is exactly the vibe we're going for. That's perfect. I can feel some of the stress I'm carrying in my neck and shoulders melt away. If you're happy with this, I'll go talk to them about the initial shoot. Charles ejects the memory card and puts it back into his camera. Sounds good to me. Do you think it will be an issue? I don't think so. It's a rental, and we're at the end of prime tourist season. I'm sure they'll be happy about the extra income, especially if we get picked up. Let's hope we do, I say. I like it here, and I'd hate it if the project fell apart before it started. Okay if I email you the contracts and bring paper copies in the morning? Charles asks. Of course. Big plans tonight? Charles grins. I'm heading back to the club with Maeve. Thanks for introducing us the other night. We've been hitting it off. You're welcome. I wonder if it's too soon to call Aimee and ask her out as Charles walks out of my office. Chapter 12. Aimee. Did you get the new set of scripts? Leo takes a seat on the same bar stool he occupied the night we met. I did. I've been running lines with Maeve all morning. We'll be ready. I use a rag to polish the clean bar top. Good. Don't be nervous. My production team is pretty laid back. The next few days will be intense, but after that we usually get a bit of a break while the studio heads do their thing and come up with a list of changes. The writers will throw a fit and then hole up for a couple of days. After that, we kick it into full gear. I'll give Tony the heads up. I wasn't looking forward to cutting back my hours at the bar, but there was no way I could keep up with the new role and spending all night here at the river's end. That ice cream last night was something else. We should go back. Leo's smile doesn't make what I have to do any easier. I don't think that's a good idea. I turn to head to the center of the bar. It's a quiet night, but there are a few glasses to wash. Leo's hand grabs mine. Everything okay? Of course. I'm working. I pull my hand away and walk down to the sink. Aimee? I look back over. Can I get a drink? Of course. I grab the bottle of Highland Scotch and pour it over ice. Join me? Leo asks. I shake my head and get back to the dishes. It's still quiet when I've cleaned and polished every piece of glass in the place. I look around for something else to stay busy when I see Leo get up. I breathe a small sigh of relief. Islands in the Sun starts to play. I hum along to the song when I hear Leo's deep, rumbling voice. Dance with me. He's standing at the end of the bar, his hand outstretched. Go ahead, have some fun. Tony pushes me toward the man who's been occupying my dreams. And most of my waking thoughts. This is not helping. Leo, I can't. I'm working. Please, drop it. It takes every ounce of my willpower to turn him down. Seriously, what's wrong? Leo asks. The whiskey sits untouched in front of him, and there's a small crease forming between his eyebrows. We should talk. Ah. That's what's wrong. The crease deepens. Not here. Coffee after my shift? The last thing I need is an audience. Leo nods. I expect him to leave. Instead, the man sits at the bar all night, nursing his drink. His eyes rarely leave me. Call it a night. I can close up on my own, Tony says half an hour later. Are you taking pity on me? Of course. I can't look at this thing you two have going on anymore. Work this out. I can't take another night of the two of you making sad puppy eyes at each other, Tony says. Don't worry. You won't. I grab my purse and motion for Leo to follow me outside. Can I buy you a cup of coffee, or are we past that? He asks, his voice strained. Coffee sounds nice. It'll give me a chance to explain. The pit that's been rolling around my stomach all night doubles in size as we walk down to the diner. Neither one of us uttered a single word. What changed in the last 24 hours? Leo asks when we are settled with large coffees in front of us. I thought we had something good going here. We did. I wrap my ice-cold hands around the steaming cup. The warmth slowly penetrates my hands. Seriously, what's changed? His voice is soft, his eyes downcast. Seconds tick by while I contemplate how to explain the tangled mess of emotions that have brought us to this place. To this conversation I don't want to have. We were seen, I finally say. Someone saw us having ice cream last night. And that's a crime here? I wasn't aware. The small smile doesn't reach his eyes, and it tears my mangled heart more than it already has been. How can I have fallen so hard for this guy already? Usually, it's not. But when a big-shot producer is seen around town with the unknown actress he's just cast, tongues start wagging. That's what this is about. Who said something? The press? He looks at me, concern in his eyes. No, nothing like that. Someone from my acting class saw us, and when Maeve let slip that I got the role, she put two and two together. Oh, thank goodness, Leo says, his voice less tense. That's no big deal at all. I'm sure we can find something for her to do if that will get her off your back. That's not the point, Leo. I shake my head and sit back in my chair. Care to enlighten me then? His eyebrow is cocked. He picks up his cup and takes a sip of coffee. You've read the stories. We can't be seen. I look around the diner, searching for the right words. We can't be seen gallivanting all over town together and then work together on set. It doesn't look good. And what if this, whatever this is between us, doesn't work out? We'd be stuck on set together. I think it's better we keep our distance. At least for now. Until the show is over? The small smile returns. Exactly. What if I don't want to wait? He asks. I like spending time with you. I was hoping to take you out to dinner later this week. I don't think that's a good idea. Let's cool it for a while and see how this plays out, okay? I look right into those baby blue eyes of his, forcing myself not to look away or give in to my heart. We can't always have what we want. If the past few years managed to accomplish anything, it was to teach me that lesson well. I can do that. If that's what you want. His eyes don't leave mine, holding me here in this moment. It is. I tear my gaze from his and reach for my purse. I'm going to miss this. I look back at him. The smile is gone. What's that? Having coffee. And someone to talk to. I will too. But it would do no good to admit that. I rise and walk away, not allowing myself to look back. Chapter 13. Leo. You look rough, man. Are you sure you want to do this right now? Charles asks when he gets into the car. I'm fine. I grumble, taking another sip of the strong coffee I picked up on my way to the office. All right. First stop is the bakery. There isn't a lot to choose from unless we want to create something on the lot. Charles enters the first address into the onboard navigation system. We're going to have to make it work. I hope the owners will be cooperative. Will is checking in daily and putting on the pressure to deliver. Not that I mind. Anything to keep my mind off my personal life. Or lack thereof. I was over at Maeve and Aimee's place yesterday, Charles says as we make our way across town. Can we not talk about them? I mutter. I know it's ridiculous, but hearing him talk about either of the women doesn't help me forget about the one I can't be with. Bad enough to see how happy Charles is. I swear the guy is radiating hearts and butterflies or something. You've got it, boss. Strictly business and no mention of the girls. How are the rest of the locations coming along? I ask to distract both of us. I have some good leads. I'll be driving around town all day today and tomorrow. What about permits? Is outdoor going to be an issue? He asks. I hope not. It might mean spending more time with Margaret Rice and possibly going to one of her dinner parties. If that's what it takes, so be it. I can sit through another boring meal. My mood improves when we walk into the bakery. This will work, I say, looking at the space and the light. We share a cup of coffee with the owners, discussing the project. When they hear what we can pay per day, and that we can work in the afternoon, they are happy to have us use their location and my mood improves significantly. Until I walk back into the office and see the look on Fiona's face. What's wrong? Will needs to talk to you, she says. Urgent calls from the higher-ups in the studio are never a good thing. I nod and walk into my office, closing the door before I pick up the phone. Will, what's going on? Please don't tell me they are pulling the pilot. Not at all, quite the opposite. We're loving the rewrites and Aimee's audition tape made it up to the studio heads. It's all good news. I let out the breath I didn't realize I'd been holding and sit down in one of the chairs in front of my desk, my back to the door and the window that overlooks the rest of the office space. Why the urgent call, then? I need you to fly out here. There are a few things we want to discuss, and it's better done in person. Have your assistant book you on the first flight out and let me know when you can get here. I'll have meetings set up. How long do you need me out there? I ask. There is a lot to do if we want to wrap this pilot up by the deadline. 24 hours should do it. I figured you'd look forward to coming home. Home. To my surprise, the city I've grown up in doesn't strike me as a place I call home. I ponder the idea on the 6-hour flight. LA hasn't felt like a home without my parents. That said, it will be nice to spend a night at my place and sleep in my own bed. Thanks for coming in straight from the airport, Will says when I make it to the studio. Sorry I'm late. Traffic. I shrug. It's something I definitely don't miss when I'm back in Wilmington. Everyone's ready in the conference room. Will takes the lead, and we stroll down the hall and into a room I've only been in twice. The large mahogany desk is impressive. 3 men I only know from pictures are sitting at one end. Leo, it's good to finally meet you. I worked with your father back in the day. Good man. Mr. Dalton stands and shakes my hand, as do the rest of the upper management team. You're probably wondering why we called you back here, Mr. Simmons says after we take our seats to the right of them. I am. I hope I haven't disappointed you. Never a bad idea to butter the bosses up a little. Quite the contrary. The consensus is that we might have a hit show on our hands, and we need to strike the iron while it's hot. How soon can you deliver the first 10 episodes? Mr. Dalton doesn't beat around the bush. We've only been working on a pilot so far, Will says. I know what he's doing and appreciate the attempt at managing expectations. I have a great team of writers and a crew that isn't afraid of hard work and long hours. You give me the budget, and I'll get it done in 4 months. Not including post-production, Will adds, kicking me under the table. We can work with that. And Will, I'm sure you can keep post-production to a minimum by working in tandem with Leo here. We can set you up on the East Coast as well if that'll help. Mr. Dalton rises, and I'm left wondering why this needed to be an in-person meeting. If you ask me, we could have done this on a conference call or in an email exchange. I shake my head as Will, and I make our way back to his office. Thanks for throwing me under the bus there. He doesn't look happy. The only reason I'm here is if this is important to the studio. Doesn't it make sense to do what we can to get them what they want? I ask. Yes, but they aren't going to be happy if you can't deliver. 4 months is a tight schedule for 10 episodes of a new show. I'll deliver, I say. You better. Any delays, and I might actually have to move to that small town of yours. The look of disgust on Will's face at the thought of leaving Los Angeles is hilarious. He doesn't know what he's missing. Anything else we need to talk about while I'm here? If not, I'd like to go spend a little time at my place and pack a few things since I'll be staying in Wilmington longer than expected. We're good. One more thing, though. We're sending you one of our publicists. She's a sweetheart and a pro at creating positive buzz. Sarah Faulkner. You'll like her. I have yet to meet a publicist I like, but I'll take your word for it. Any news on Cash? We're close to signing him. If you're not too busy packing up your place, I could use your help to schmooze him over drinks tonight. I'll message you the details. Will takes a seat behind his desk. My cue to leave, and to my surprise, I can't wait to get out of the building that I worked so hard to get a foot in the door. Honey, I'm home, I say to my empty apartment when I finally get there. It smells musty and dusty. The fridge holds a few condiments and a 6-pack of beer. I pour myself a glass of tap water and look around, trying to decide what's worth taking back with me. Chapter 14. Aimee. Do you think we'll ever get a chance to sleep? Maeve asks when she collapses into the chair next to me. I push my coffee cup in front of her. It's the only thing that's been keeping me going. Leo warned us that the first few days of filming would be intense. Neither one of us expected to work 16-hour days of rehearsal and filming. Maybe once these first few episodes are in the can. I sigh and pick at the brownie in front of me. It's delicious, but I'm too tired to eat. We should have the rewrites for tomorrow's script before we leave tonight. One of the writer's assistants stopped by earlier to keep me in the loop. Maeve groans. The last thing either one of us wants to do when we finally get home is read scripts and memorize lines. How are you two holding up? Sarah, the publicist for the show, grabs a chair and joins us at the small cafeteria table. We're hanging in there. How about you? She looks as tired as I feel. The circles under my eyes are starting to make me look like a cartoon. Thankfully, our makeup artist is able to make mine disappear each morning under a thick layer of concealer. I wanted to give you the heads up about something. Her eyes aren't meeting mine. Another story? About Leo and me? I ask. Avoiding being seen together wasn't making much of a difference since the press had gotten a hold of the story and started following me around. She nods. What is it this time? Did you and Leo ever have dinner at a place called Hikari? Sarah asks. We ate there after I got the lead role. It had been an innocent dinner among friends. Scratch that. Leo and I had barely been acquaintances at that point. Charles and I were there. It's the night we met, Maeve says. And they've been inseparable ever since. There was nothing going on between Leo and Aimee. I can swear to that. There are pictures of the two of you, up close and cozy. Sarah swallows. It doesn't look like friends having dinner. More like you sitting in Leo's lap. That's gotta be photoshopped. You can't let them run with it, Sarah. Maeve puts a reassuring hand on mine. I replay the memory of the events of that night. Meeting Charles, ordering sushi, the sushi. The blood drains from my face. Sushi? Sarah looks confused. Aimee accidentally flicked a piece of sushi at Leo. It made quite the mess of his white shirt. You know how much he likes those crisp white shirts of his. Maeve giggles. It was hilarious. She turns and looks at me. Sorry. I tried to clean it, I explained to Sarah, who still looks confused. Without much luck. The poor guy spent 10 minutes in the restroom trying to fix it. Maeve bites her lip to keep from laughing again. It's the only thing I can think of. We were close when I tried to blot the stain out with my napkin. Sarah puts a finger on the side of her nose. That could explain the pictures. Which means we can't send legal after them to keep them from publishing. Maybe there's some way I can spin this into our favor. I have to go think. She picks up her extra-large coffee and rushes off to her office. I don't think you're going to like whatever that woman comes up with. Maeve's voice is deadpan, and she's right. Sarah has been trying her best, but the only thing anyone wants to talk about is the big scandal of an unknown actress seen cozying up to the producer of the hottest gig in town. Don't look, Maeve says, grabbing me by the arm. You know who just walked in. If you're talking about Leo, he's been a bit of a regular. Asked me about you, Tony says, looking at me. Thought it was funny because you left me to work for him. If that's not working out, I'd be happy to hire you back. His eyes twinkle with mirth. Miss you too, I say. It's strange to sit on the other side of the bar for a change. My fingers are wrapped around the stem of a glass of Chardonnay. We wrapped early for the day, but tomorrow is another busy day on set, and I don't dare risk drinking anything stronger. Seriously? We get one night to blow off some steam, and he has to come here? Maeve shakes her head and sends her dark mane flying. Leo has as much right to be here as we do, I say, earning me an eye roll from my best friend and on-screen sister. He misses you. Tony pulls down a glass and pours a generous shot of the Highland whiskey Leo likes. He walks down to the other end of the bar where Leo is sitting. Still the same spot, the one where we met that first night. I force myself to turn away. Charles. Maeve shrieks into my ear, before running off to hug the man who walked into the door. Great. Not only is the man who keeps popping up uninvited in my dreams at night sitting 10 feet away from me, my best friend has all but abandoned me. Maybe it's time to reconsider my drink choice for the night. Or head home. Why did you say that? I ask when Tony returns. He asks questions. When you started, what you do aside from work, how will I know you? Tony keeps busy wiping the clean bar top in front of me. I didn't tell him much of anything, but a blind man can see that he's taken with you. And unless I'm losing my touch, I think the feeling is mutual. It's complicated. I take a long sip of the wine. Don't let those rumor rags rob you of a chance at happiness. If there's anyone who deserves it, it's you, kiddo. He takes the glass from me and pours what remains into the sink before pouring me a rum and coke. This isn't just about me and Leo. Those rumors could hurt the show. I take a sip. The drink is strong. Don't let it. The two of you didn't do anything wrong. We can't control who we fall in love with. What? I look up, surprised. Love? That thought hasn't crossed my mind. I like the man, sure. And maybe there was a chance for something more. But love? It was much too soon for that, wasn't it? It's all over your face. You just aren't ready to admit it yet. If you ask me, you and Leo should talk. Figure out where you want to take this. He starts washing glasses. We did talk, I say, and decided it was best to not pursue this. Whatever it is. Or was. Did you now? He mumbles under his breath. I think you got scared and told him you decided to call it off. Am I right? Yes, I admit reluctantly. For what it's worth, here's a piece of advice from an old friend who's been around the block a time or two and who has made almost every mistake there is when it comes to relationships. Talk to the guy. Hear him out. Make sure this isn't a decision you'll regret later. Don't let him be the one that got away. He looks off across the bar, but I doubt he sees any of the people chatting and enjoying a cold one. Someone could see us here. A journalist. A photographer. Or any dude with a cell phone who gets a kick out of having a photo go viral. Which would be almost everyone in the bar. Go sit out back. It's not romantic, but it's private. Head on out there, and I'll send Leo in a few minutes. My old boss smiles at me encouragingly. I'll make sure no one follows you, he adds when I hesitate. I'm sitting on the back stoop, wondering if Leo will show when the metal door behind me opens. It's still warm from the sun that set only an hour ago. Hey, you. That dark voice reverberates through me. Hey. My breathing ratchets up as he lowers himself to sit next to me. Heat and the scent of his cologne envelope me, creating a bubble around the two of us. With the door closed behind us, the only thing that disrupts the darkness are the moon and the few stars that are out and visible. How have you been? He asks, his voice raspy and soft, almost a whisper. Busy. I smile. We've seen each other in meetings, and from a distance every day since our conversation at the diner more than a week ago. Same. We stay quiet for a few heartbeats, sitting there, enjoying the calm night and the soft breeze coming off the water. Are you feeling a little more at home in town? I ask, thinking about him in his corporate apartment. I haven't had much time to check out anything other than the pizza joint down the road from my apartment. I flew back to LA to meet with some people from the studio. And you're on the set longer than I am. That doesn't leave much time to go exploring. It doesn't. I don't remember the last time I talked to someone for more than 5 minutes about something that didn't involve the show. His voice grows even quieter. I turn and try to make out his expression in the low light. His eyes are downcast, his shoulders slumped. It's not easy moving to a new town. At least I'd had the advantage of moving in with my best friend. I can't imagine what it would have been like to move to Wilmington on my own. There's a lot of pressure from up top. They want Cash Marshall for the lead. The studio is ready to commit to a full season and possibly some big names to pop in as guest stars. I think you'll like the guy who may end up playing your father. Leo smiles softly. I know better than to pry. He'll tell me who it is when he can. When the contracts are signed. That sounds exciting. Maeve is going to freak when she hears about Cash. She's had a crush on the handsome actor for years. It is, but it also means we have to squash these rumors about the two of us. The studio is sending a team to work with Sarah. They'll work on spinning this somehow. I hope they can. I try to keep my tone light and fail. They've been following you? Leo asks. I nod. Try to ignore them. I'll talk to Sarah and see what we can do to get the paparazzi off your back. Some interviews and appearances may help. Give them something else to focus on. His hand covers mine. If all else fails, we'll hire security for you. His touch is reassuring. But it makes me want more. His arm around my shoulder would be a good start. I miss you. My words are a whisper, and I'm not sure he heard them until Leo turns and brushes a strand of hair out of my face. His fingers barely touch my skin, but the feeling is electric. My breath stops. I can hear the blood pulsing in my ears. It's so loud, I'm sure Leo can hear it as well. Breathe, he says before tracing my lips with his fingers. I miss you too. His face moves toward mine. I can feel his breath, coming fast and shallow. I jerk back when the heavy door creaks open. Soft light from the bar floods the steps and the small loading dock where Leo and I have been sitting. Leo is up before I hear Tony's voice. "Sorry to interrupt, but you better get back in here. There's a woman asking questions." Leo holds out his hand for me. He lets go as soon as I'm standing. "Go ahead. I'll be inside in a minute." Walking back into the bar together isn't a good idea with a journalist waiting inside. That doesn't mean I look forward to facing this person by myself. Chapter 15. Leo. I miss her presence the moment the door shuts behind me. She's right, of course. But that doesn't mean I have to like it. I would have kissed her if Tony hadn't interrupted us. Leo, the producer, is grateful he showed up when he did. I look around. I don't see anyone peeking over the fence, but there are plenty of windows that look down into the small alley behind the bar. If someone recognized us, or if someone knew what they were looking for, there were plenty of opportunities to snap a few shots. And the last thing the show needed was pictures of Aimee and me stealing kisses in a place like this. I don't care how good our public relations team is, there ain't no spinning that one. But being a producer isn't all I am. Leo, the man, regrets the missed opportunity. We can't be together right now, I get that. But couldn't Tony have shown up 5 minutes later? Make that 10. At least I'd have the memory of kissing her instead of this feeling of longing, this feeling that I missed out on something amazing that's burning in my chest. I shake my head to clear it and get up. Dusting off my pants, I open the door and head back inside. Chapter 16. Aimee. I appreciate you both coming in this morning. Coffee? Bagels? An older man with graying hair dressed in a suit and tie stands in the smaller of the 2 conference rooms on set and invites us to sit down. "No thank you," Leo said, his words short and clipped. He doesn't want to be here any more than I do. He holds a chair out for me before taking the seat next to mine. Sarah smiles at me from across the table. She's flanked by a man and a woman I haven't met. Both are dressed to impress with serious expressions on their faces. "Are you sure?" The older gentleman takes a seat. "If you change your mind. Can we get down to business? I have a rather busy day." Leo shifts in his seat before glancing at his phone. "Of course." The man turns to me. "Miss Lawrence, I'm Grayson Sheffield. The studio sent me and my associates in to help you deal with this little PR problem the 2 of you have." "Call me Aimee," I say. "This situation has been annoying, but I didn't realize it was a big enough problem to warrant bringing in a whole team. Sarah here has done a great job, but I think if we put our heads together, we can kick it up a notch. In today's media climate, this kind of story can sink the project. The studio is too invested in what you've created, Leo, to let that happen. I think we can make sure that doesn't happen." He takes a seat and pours himself a cup of coffee. No one touches the bagels. "If you don't mind," I say. All eyes turn to me. I'm not sure what the problem is. There's nothing going on with Leo and me. We only interact on set and never without other people around us. Other than denying those rumors, I'm not sure there's anything else we can do. All 4 publicists laugh. "Oh, honey, there's a lot we can do to spin this to our advantage. The only question is what the 2 of you are willing to go along with," Sarah says. "That doesn't sound good," Leo says so softly I doubt anyone else can hear him. Cold shivers of dread run down my spine. There's the obvious one. "The 2 of you could announce your engagement," Mr. Sheffield says. "Absolutely not." Leo's answer is quick and firm. One of Mr. Sheffield's assistants crosses an item off the list in front of him. "We could recast the lead. Of course we'd offer Aimee a different role on this show or one of the other projects the studio is about to launch." Not an option. You've got to do better, Grayson, if you want me to play along. Leo sits back in his chair and crosses his legs. Very well. What if you both got out of town for a while? Aimee, you have family in South Carolina, if I'm not mistaken. I'm sure your father would love to see you. Mr. Sheffield looks at me, his pen poised over a piece of paper, like he's ready to check off a task. Aimee Lawrence removed from the line of fire, check. I can't exactly leave in the middle of filming. I look from Mr. Sheffield to Leo, unsure what's going on here. Leo, correct me if I'm wrong, but there's a break coming up? Something to do with a review of what you've shot so far and possible rewrites? There is. Leo's posture doesn't change. He's still playing defense. Take a break. See your family. That'll give everyone here in town a chance to cool down. With a little luck, the big sites won't pick this up, and by the time we resume filming, it'll be like this little incident never happened. Mr. Sheffield closes his notebook, looking pleased with himself. There was no incident. Leo's voice is quiet, but something in his tone makes us all look up. You may not have done it intentionally, but there was. And it's something we have to deal with. Like it or not. Or not. I hope no one hears my soft words. We'll get through this. Once the show launches, no one will question why I chose you for the role. Leo puts his hand over mine and squeezes it before letting go. The touch was too brief, but it grounds me. I can do this. I'll go to Linden if y'all think that's what's best. I don't look forward to early morning farm chores, but it would be nice to spend time with my family, visit with old friends. We could send a team out there, do a little feature. Maybe there's a guy from town you could be seen with? Or an old flame that rekindles? Sarah's eyes are wide, her voice going up half an octave. I don't know about that. I cross my arms. It doesn't have to be anything serious. Dinner with an old friend? A walk across a meadow at sunset? There's gotta be someone out there that will take you out. She has her pen poised, waiting for me to give her a list of former boyfriends or something. I can feel Leo go rigid beside me. One quick glance confirms he's not a fan of the idea. His lips are tight, his eyebrows drawn together. I'm not the only one who notices. Let's table the idea for now, Sarah. We can circle back to it later if things don't calm down. How long of a break are you thinking, Leo? We'll have a good week before we can resume filming. Leo's face relaxes a fraction. That should be plenty of time for a visit home. Mr. Sheffield smiles at me. How quickly can you leave? Tomorrow? I'm thrown off guard by how anxious the PR team is to get me out of town. Wonderful. Please let us know if there's anything you need. We can have an assistant over to help you in no time. Anything you need, Aimee. Tonight or while you're back home. I'm just a phone call away. Sarah smiles at me. What about you, Leo? Heading back to LA or laying low here in Wilmington? Mr. Sheffield asks. Neither. I'm going with Aimee. Leo gets out of his chair. You are? I stare at Leo in disbelief. I am. Unless that's a problem. His eyes lock with mine. I'm done pretending I don't care for you. He holds his hand out for me and helps me up. That's going to be counterproductive, Mr. Sheffield says. His face is stern in that dad caught you busting a window kind of way. If you insist on accompanying Miss Lawrence to Linden, I will need an engagement announcement to go along with it. With pictures. Leo lets go of my hand. We're not ready for that. It's true, but the rejection still stings a little. Then I suggest you stay here in town, or anywhere else far from Miss Lawrence. Chapter 17. Leo. You're here early, Fiona says when she walks into the office the next morning. Couldn't sleep, I grumble. I can tell. Let's go. I'm taking you out for breakfast. She turns, not giving me a chance to decline. I have too much work. You're not getting anything done until you've had some strong coffee and some good food. I know the place. It's close, it's quick, and the coffee is good. We'll be back in 30 minutes. She picks up her purse and walks away. I have no choice but to follow. The bagel shop she pulls up to is less than 2 blocks from the office. We could have walked, but this is quicker. The place is bright and inviting, and the scent of high-quality coffee hits me the moment I walk in the door. Told you, Fiona says, a huge grin spreading across her face. Within minutes, we're settled at a small window table, hot coffee in front of us. This would work as an alternate location for the bakery scenes. Don't even think about it. This is my favorite pace. You're not turning it into work. Fiona's kind smile shows me she's only half serious. In that case, I won't mention it to Charles, I promise. Oh, he knows about it. I see him and Maeve here all the time on the weekends. You do? I don't know why that surprises me. Of course. What can I say, best bagels in town. I'm guessing your meeting with the spin team from LA didn't go too well yesterday. Fiona raises her cup and blows across the hot liquid before taking a cautious sip. I shrug. They are good at what they do. I'm sure. And you hate whatever they are making you do. They aren't making me do anything. Quite the opposite. Why the sleepless night, then? Fiona asks. I get a momentary reprieve from answering when our bacon, egg, and cheese bagels arrive. Aimee is going home for a week to see if that's enough to stop the rumors about us, I say, before taking a bite. Ah. Fiona follows my lead. We both enjoy our breakfast in silence until I can't take it anymore. What do you mean? I ask. There's a sparkle in Fiona's eyes. A warning that I won't like what she has to say. If you ask me, it's pointless to try to squash a rumor about something that's true. She shrugs and takes another bite. It's not though. We're not together. Not until the end of the show. Aimee made that more than clear, and I know it's the right call. For both of us. If that's how you feel, why the bags under your eyes, she asks. I cough, hiding the bitter laugh that comes up. Listen, it's none of my business, but I hate to see you miserable because of suits who only care about the bottom line. Fiona gets back to her sandwich. I sit there, digesting her words more so than the sandwich. I don't like the idea of her going back home by herself, but... Yeah. It's what's best for the show. What does your gut tell you? To go after her. I can hear the longing in my voice. It's ridiculous. I wash it down with the rest of my coffee. Then why don't you? Fiona asks, the challenge clear in her eyes. Because I'm not sure I can trust it. What if it's just me wanting to spend time with her? It sounds selfish, even to me. What if I don't want what's best for her, but what's best for me? What if it's about getting that kiss? Am I ready to risk my entire career for that? Risk ruining Aimee's before it ever takes off? I have a question for you, Fiona says. I give her my full attention. What would you do if you found out that some journalist or paparazzi, or whoever finds her in her hometown, and there's no one there to help her handle it? What if things get out of control? Wouldn't be the first time a camera guy pushes too far to get the shot he wants. She's right. The thought of anyone crowding Aimee, shoving a lens in her face or pushing her for answers she's not willing to give makes me see red. Yes, she can handle patrons at a bar, but this is different. You can't stick a photographer in a cab and tell him to go home. How do you want to do this? Fiona asks, looking at me intently. Do what? Get yourself to Aimee's town. I don't know how she knows before I do, but she's right. Going to Linden is my only option. It has to be on the lowdown. I can't take the Audi. And I can't look like Leo Sullivan, junior producer. Small town, rural, lots of cows? Fiona asks. I nod. That pretty much describes Linden, SC. What did Aimee call it? A one-stoplight town. I'm going to rent you an older truck. You need to go get a pair or two of jeans. Not the designer ones you wear for casual Friday. Something from Walmart. A pair of sneakers, some t-shirts, and a baseball cap, she adds after. Sunglasses? Definitely not. That'll make you look like you're someone worth paying attention to who's trying to hide. Alright. I can do that. I make a mental list of what I need to buy. It shouldn't take long. With a little luck, I can be on the road in 2 hours. Chapter 18. Aimee. What are you doing here? I can't believe Leo is standing at my father's doorstep mere hours after I got here. I didn't want you out here by yourself. He is dressed in jeans and a t-shirt, a ball cap covering his head and hiding most of his face. I'm with my family. I turn and point to the hallway behind me. My father and brother are sitting in the kitchen, taking a break from farm chores. I look forward to meeting them. His smile widens, and he takes a step toward me. I motion for him to come inside. Are you sure this is a good idea? Someone could have seen you. I was careful. No one knows I'm here. The truck is a rental. He turns and points at a candy apple red Ford pickup parked in the drive. I have to give it to him, it would be impossible to recognize him from even a small distance. I close the door behind him after glancing up the drive for any suspicious cars or the glint of a camera lens reflecting in the light of the setting sun. You better come meet my family. I'm surprised they've given us privacy so far. It's good to meet you, sir. Aimee has told me a lot about you. Leo holds his hand out after stepping into the kitchen. My father shakes it. Can't say the same. Your name didn't come up until just now. Dad. I can feel the warmth creeping into my cheeks. What? Only telling the truth. So, what brings you here, Leo? My father sits down at the old kitchen table, the worn-down chair creaking dangerously. I didn't remember it looking this worn out. We are taking a break from shooting. Aimee told me a little about this place, and I was curious to check it out. It's very different from where I grew up. Where's that? Max asks. My 6-foot-tall brother plops down in the chair and puts his muddy boots up. Pieces of red clay fall off and land on the oak tabletop. Feet off the table, I say automatically. It's what Mom would have told him. Los Angeles. Leo stands beside me, looking completely at home. No kidding. Max sits up. What's that like? See any stars? Lovely if you don't care about fresh air and enjoy traffic jams. Leo grins. Seriously, it's nothing like this place. You can actually breathe here. I'll trade trees for the B-list stars you may run into at Starbucks any day. You've got that right. We have our own little slice of heaven right here in upstate South Carolina. Couldn't drag me off this piece of land for fame and fortune. Dad looks at me. I know he wasn't happy when I left. I'd hoped he'd gotten over that. Guess not. It's a beautiful farm. What all do you produce here? Leo leans against the kitchen counter, oblivious to the can of worms he's opened. Take a seat, Max says. I'll grab us some soda. I sit down across from my father and pull out the chair next to me. My dad raises an eyebrow and looks from me to Leo. Did he expect the man to pull my chair out? Dad and I need to have a talk. I don't know what he thinks is going on between us, but I'm sure it's more than it is. Even if Leo showed up against Mr. Sheffield's orders. We grow a little bit of everything. Up until about 10 years ago, we were your typical South Carolina farm. We grew cotton, soybeans, and some corn. I don't know how much you know about the agriculture business. Nothing. I'm honestly not sure where most of my food comes from. Leo shrugs. You're in for a treat then. We're having farm-raised pork for dinner and vegetables from the garden. Everything but the biscuits has been raised right here in Linden. You can hear the pride in my dad's voice. You grow more than beans and cotton? Leo leans forward, his eyes on Dad. I need to tell him not to encourage the man, or we'll be here past midnight. You betcha. Fellow from Clemson University came to town one day and did a talk in the town hall about regenerative agriculture. Made a lot of sense to me and Betty. That's my late wife, Aimee's mom. Dad glances up at the portrait up on the china cabinet. Leo turns to see it. You have her eyes, he says, looking back at me. She sure does. Aside from the hair, Aimee here is the spitting image of her mother. Like I said, it made a lot of sense to us, so we started making changes. Got some chickens and expanded the vegetable garden. And a decade later, we grow and sell a little bit of everything. What's the plan for dinner? I ask, trying my best to change the topic before we all fall asleep at the table listening to Dad talk about one of his favorite topics. The man can talk agriculture for days. I thought I'd fire up the grill. I have some pork thawing. If that works for everyone? He's looking at me and Leo. That sounds great. I haven't had a barbecue in ages. I could be wrong, but I think I can hear Leo's stomach growl as we head outside and watch my dad fire up the old charcoal grill. Where are you staying? Dad asks, flipping the pork chops on the grill. I figure Leo can take the guest room. That isn't a problem, is it? I put on a sweet smile. The one that got me my first cell phone and my first car. I'm happy to check into a hotel. Leo takes a swig of his Coke. Which hotel is that? Closest place I can think of is over by the interstate, about 50 miles away. You're welcome to stay here. We have the room. Max is surprisingly helpful. Honestly, this was a last-minute trip. I haven't had a chance to look into it. There's got to be somewhere around here I could bunk down. Leo looks around the backyard as if he expected a Best Western to suddenly pop up on Farmer Brown's cow field. You're staying in the guest room. There's no reason for you to drive for an hour to find a hotel. Right, Dad? I look at my father. Of course. There's plenty of room. Betty always had it made up in case someone stopped by. I guess I never got out of the habit. It's right next to my bedroom. Dad looks pointedly at Leo, and it's all I can do not to groan. He can't be thinking that Leo would try to sneak into my room. That's very kind of you, sir. I'm happy to help out around the farm in exchange for your hospitality. Leo takes another swig of his soda, looking more relaxed now that accommodations are figured out. Excellent. You can help us with chores in the morning. We start at 5 a.m. Max raises his own drink in salute. That won't be a problem, will it? Of course not. I'm usually up by then, reviewing scripts and schedules anyway. Trust me, farm chores sound like a lot more fun. We'll see how you feel about it when I see you at lunch. I can't wait to see how he looks. I'm almost tempted to set an early morning alarm. Almost. What are you doing? I walk out the door, coffee cup in hand around 10 the next morning. It's warm, but not yet overbearingly hot. Getting water for the calves. Max and your dad are fixing a fence somewhere. At least I think that's what they said. Leo's face is flushed, and the old t-shirt he must have borrowed from Max is soaked in sweat. He's wearing an old pair of muck boots and designer jeans. It's an interesting combo. I watch him pour a 5-gallon bucket of water into the black trough. That's ridiculous. I'm fuming at the joke my father and brother are playing on Leo, half expecting to hear booming laughter from behind one of the outbuildings. I step around the small shelter we put up for the young calves years ago and start to drag the hose we always use to water them. Separated from their mothers, they go through a lot of water, especially in this summer heat. I twist the handle, but nothing comes out. I turn to walk behind the shelter to make sure the connection is good and the faucet is turned on. They said there's a problem with the line. It's one of the things they were working on at the other end of the farm. Leo is back with another bucket of water. I didn't even realize he'd left. Max walks up from the back pasture. Is there actually something wrong with the water line? I ask, picking up another bucket to help Leo. Of course there is. What did you think? That we were playing a trick on City Boy over here? The line busted half a mile up. Dad and I have been tracking it down all morning. Max sounds tired, and I take a good look at him. He's covered in mud from head to toe. It's hard to tell, but he looks as sweat-drenched as Leo does. Sorry to jump to conclusions. What can I do to help? Make sure the calves are watered. I'm running up to the hardware store to pick up some pipe. Depending on how long it takes us to fix the line, we may need to hand water the big herd too. He's gone before I can reply. Leo and I spend the next half an hour dragging bucket after bucket to the calves, emptying it into the black drum. Watch out. I try to warn him when one of the older ones gets a little too comfortable with his presence. The little boy pushes his head into Leo's back, causing the drum to move and slosh water all over the ground and up into Leo's face. He starts spitting and sputtering. I hold my breath, watching his reaction. He pushes his wet hair back with both hands, small rivers of water droplets running down his toned arms. I swallow hard and force myself to look back up. A huge smile spreads across his face before turning into roaring laughter. It's not every day that you get splashed by a flippin' cow, he says when he finally catches his breath. Chapter 19. Leo. How often have you had to do this kind of thing growing up? I ask when we stop for a quick break. That depends. Hand watering calves? Never. Jumping in and doing whatever it takes to make sure the critters have what they need. At least once a week. Aimee pets the curious calf that's been dashing back and forth between us and the rest of our charges. Once a week? I'm surprised. I didn't realize so much could go wrong. At least. Aimee laughs. There's always something happening. Running a farm is like trying to take care of a bunch of kindergartners doing their best to get themselves into trouble. Right on cue, one of the calves tries to step through the fence to reach a dandelion plant growing outside their enclosure. It somehow manages to get stuck and starts to cry. It's the strangest noise I've heard in my brief time here on the farm. I have a feeling this is a sound that will stick with me for a long time. I can feel the poor baby's fear. What do we do? I ask, standing there like an idiot. I don't enjoy feeling incompetent, and that's exactly what this place makes me feel in spades. Can you reach those leaves? Aimee points to the dandelion that got the little guy, or girl, I remind myself, into trouble in the first place. It takes a bit of effort, but by wedging my shoulder between the slats of the fence, I gain enough length to reach the small plant. I pull a handful of leaves from it and straighten myself back up. Distract him with those while I guide his leg back. It takes some effort from both of us, but eventually, the young calf is free and happily munching on the treat. The grass is always greener on the other side, isn't it? I mumble. That's definitely how the cows see it. Aimee looks like a cowgirl from a western, leaning against the fence, chewing on a blade of grass, one leg up on the bar that got the calf into trouble. She's wearing muck boots instead of cowboy boots, but there's an adorable smudge of dirt on her cheek that I'm itching to wipe away that makes up for the discrepancy. I resist the urge. Can I ask about your mom? I say to distract myself. Of course. What do you want to know? Aimee turns her back to me to collect the buckets. What was her role in all this? Your dad and your brother seem to have all the bases covered. I have a hard time picturing you or your mother in the place. I realize the truth in it as soon as I speak it. This place, this house, this farm, give off a distinct male vibe. There are hints of female influence in the china, the kitchen curtains, and the rose bushes in front of the porch, but everything else strikes me as utilitarian. She loved it here. Spring was her favorite. She'd gush over every newborn calf, bottle feed the ones that were rejected by their mothers. And she'd raise a few more chicks to add to her flock. She had the most beautiful birds. They laid eggs in all sorts of different colors. Aimee turns to walk back to the spigot, buckets in hand. I fall into step beside her. Aren't eggs usually white? I'd seen a few brown ones at the farmer's market and the organic section of the grocery store, but for most of my life, I'd been eating white ones. It's a good thing my mom isn't around. She'd be appalled. Depending on the species of chicken, they can be white, brown, green, blue, speckled, and everything in between. We'll have to find you some. And the birds are very different too. Their looks, their personalities. Remind me to take you up to the Clark farm. Grandma Clark's flock is almost as good as my mother's. What happened to it? Your mother's flock, I add. I took care of them for a while, but when I left, it was too much for Dad and Max to deal with. I think they sold them. Or gave them away. I'm not really sure. Aimee fills one bucket after the other, hiding her face from me. Too painful? I ask, knowing from experience how hard it is to let go of the possessions of our loved ones. It had taken me months to clear out my parents' place after the accident. Pretty much. She hands me 2 of the buckets, and we make our way back to the calves. I hope your dad and brother can get this fixed today, I say, wiping the sweat off my brow. Me too. Leo, could you come give me a hand? Mr. Lawrence calls from up the hill. Need me, too? Aimee yells back. He shakes his head. I'll go fix us some sandwiches for lunch. I'll bring them up in a bit, Aimee says, before emptying the last of the buckets into the water trough. I jog up the hill to join her father. What can I do? Stand by this spigot over here, and when I give you the signal, turn it on for 10 seconds, then turn it back off. I need to see if we found the break, or if there's a problem farther down the line. Mr. Lawrence points to a small knob on a piece of pipe sticking up out of the ground. I wait for him to raise his hand, turn the knob and count to 10 before closing it back up. I join him when he waves me over. Did that work? Like a charm. This is the only section we need to replace. Grab a shovel and help me finish digging it out. He hands me a shovel, and we get to work. My shoulders are definitely going to feel this tomorrow. I can't remember the last time I worked this hard. What's this TV project you got my daughter involved in? He asks. The man isn't even out of breath. A slight sheen of sweat on his forehead is the only sign of exertion. It's a light-hearted show about a woman who inherits a rundown inn on the coast. We're filming it for one of the big streaming services. I'm not at liberty to disclose which one, I huff. This a sure thing? He asks. Nothing's ever a sure thing in the film industry, but chances are good that this one will actually make it on screen. The studio is excited. I'm not sure if Aimee told you this yet, but we went from filming a pilot to 10 episodes, and they want them yesterday. I roll my shoulders and dig back into the dirt, blocking access to the stretch of pile that needs to be replaced. This may be a stupid question, but what are you both doing here, then? We're in a part of the process where the writers take over for a week. It's one last break before the shooting begins in earnest. Starting next week, we'll be working 14-hour days or more. I don't mention the second reason for this visit. I'm not sure how much Aimee has mentioned to her family. In that case, I'm glad she's home. Mr. Lawrence nods, and we both continue to shovel until Aimee shows up with a tray of sandwiches and a pitcher of iced tea. Chapter 20. Aimee. I appreciate all your help today. Watering the whole herd by hand was no small feat. My dad sounds impressed. You're welcome. I'm glad you were able to fix the line. Leo is sitting on the front porch, looking more relaxed than I've seen him. After a long shower, he's dressed in khakis and a white button-down shirt. He looks more like himself than the farmhand version who lugged bucket after bucket of water with me all afternoon. You should take Leo here down into town. Maybe grab a beer at Gus's place. Wouldn't want him to think we're all work and no play around here. I'll drive, Max offers. I look up, surprised. Well, I'll drive us down. I was hoping you could drive home, Aimee. I could use a beer. And I wouldn't mind seeing the place where you used to work. Same bar? Leo grins at me. Yes. All right, you too. Let me go change. We leave in 10 minutes. I turn to look at my dad. You don't want to join us? I know the answer before he shakes his head. Too many memories at the bar where Mom grew up. Where they met and courted. The place they spent many a Saturday night watching ball games and helping out. 20 minutes later, we pull up to the Tipsy Cow. Look who the cat dragged in. I heard you were back in town. Took you long enough to stop in. Gus grabs me in a hug that threatens to crush my ribs. My uncle is still built like a football player, though it's been more than a few decades since he played for Clemson University. Word travels fast. We got in yesterday. I laugh, surprised by how much this place feels like home. We? Gus looks past Max and takes in Leo, who changed into dress pants and patent leather shoes. At least he skipped the tie and jacket he wears around Wilmington most days. Gus, meet my friend Leo. We work together on a film project in Wilmington. I turn to Leo and motion him closer. This is my uncle Gus. My mom's brother. He owns the Tipsy Cow. Love the name, Leo says. He does a good job hiding his grimace when Gus shakes his hand. Men. Always trying to show who's the top dog. And the place. Looks like business is booming. It usually is when there's a ball game. Go grab a table and let me know what I can get you. Gus steps back behind the bar and starts filling beer glasses. You're not a big baseball fan, are you? Max asks Leo. Oh, good, he says when Leo shakes his head. Can't stand the Braves. Let's grab a table in the back. There's a dartboard back there. Max. I try my best to imitate my mother's tone. You're not going to hustle Leo. Just a friendly game among friends. No money involved unless you want to put a little skin in the game. My little brother looks at Leo. Don't, I warn. How about a game of pool instead? And let's make it interesting. Leo pulls a $20 bill from his wallet. I shake my head. You two go right ahead. I'll bring you some beers. He's an interesting guy, my uncle says when I join him behind the bar. You got that from the 3 words the two of you exchanged? I grab 3 mugs from the freezer and start to fill them with Blue Moon. Your brother won't like that. Gus says with a smirk. I know. He tried to hustle Leo. Looks like Leo is holding his own. Gus motions to the pool table in the back. Leo is sinking ball after ball. And you forget, I've been behind this bar for quite some time. Teaches you to read people the moment they walk in the door. That and his outfit is a pretty dead giveaway that he's not one of us country folk. I'll give you that. I garnish each frosted mug with a slice of orange before setting them down on a tray. It feels good when I pick it up and walk across the bar. Familiar. You're kidding me. Max looks upset when I hand him his beer, and I get the feeling it isn't just because of my choice of draft. Look at that. The hustler is getting hustled. I punch Max in the shoulder. Leo looks up at me and smiles before pocketing the 8-ball. Max hands over a 20. Double or nothing? I'm going to go help out at the bar. You two let me know when you're done. The bar is getting busy, and I'm sure Gus could use an extra pair of hands. I'm right. All 3 of us have our hands full when the phone behind the bar rings. The Tipsy Cow, Gus speaking. How can I help you? Gus's voice carries over the noise of the crowd and the ball game. The familiarity of the phrase makes me smile. Sean isn't here, Beth. I tune out the conversation and start putting together an order of Jaeger bombs for a table of college kids. I never got the point of the shot and energy drink mixture, but it wasn't my place to judge. I'll be right there. Something in Gus's tone makes me turn back and look at him. My uncle's face has turned white. What's wrong? Pam is by his side in an instant. Sean had a heart attack. He's at the hospital. They aren't sure if he'll make it. The voice that was strong and booming moments ago has gone frail and shaky. Sean has been friends with Gus since they were in high school. Go. I'll stick around and help Pam close up. I look at my old friend for confirmation. She nods her head and pushes Gus out from behind the bar. Are you sure? You're visiting? I wouldn't have offered if I wasn't. Max and Leo won't mind. They'll stay busy and can help us sweep up. I promise we'll call you if anything comes up. Seeing the two men move around the pool table seems to instill confidence in my uncle. I don't understand why, but it's enough to make him take off. He calls an hour later to check in. We're doing fine. The game is over. The Braves lost, I tell him. Everything's under control. Stay with Beth. I remember how to close. You look like you're back in your element. Leo strolls over and takes a seat across from me at the bar. He sets the 2 glasses of the last round of beers Pam took out to them in front of me. Ready for another round? I ask. Leo shakes his head. I think I've reached my limit of girly beer. I'd take some coffee though. He suppresses a yawn, and I remember that, unlike me, he got up at the crack of dawn to help out on the farm. Max doesn't look much better slumped down on one of the chairs in the back. Cupo Joe, coming right up. It's nice to have him here. You don't happen to have some paper and a pen back there? Leo asks when I hand him his cup of coffee. I dig around the drawers by the cash register and discover an old spiral notebook. The first page has some of my handwriting on it. They are notes for an economics essay from my college days. I tear it out, grab a pen, and hand it to Leo. He's busy writing away, only looking up when the college boys get a little rowdy when I announce last call. I've got this, he says, motioning for Max to join him. Together, the two of them get the men to leave, after paying their tab and leaving a substantial tip. I don't want to know what you told them, I say while we sweep the bar. Pam and Max are busy in the back. We convinced them they wouldn't be welcome back unless they let you close. I figured this was the only bar in town and overheard that they were staying here all week. That doesn't leave them a lot of options. You're evil, I say, softening my words with a smile. It's effective. He grins back. What were you working on over there? I motion toward the bar where the notebook was sitting. From the look of it, he'd filled quite a few pages in neat handwriting. You don't have to tell me, I add. I had this idea for a screenplay. I figured since I had the time, I might as well get a few ideas down. He lifts the chairs around the last of the tables. It must have been a pretty good idea. I sweep up the last of the dust, grime, and peanut shells that litter the floor each night. What makes you say that? He asks, his tone serious. I can feel his gaze on me. I don't think I've ever seen you this happy. You've smiled more tonight than the entire time we've worked together in Wilmington. Maybe you're right. It's hard to tell this early in the process. I was having fun though. I'd forgotten how much I missed this. I look around the bar and realize I feel the same. I missed this too. I can see that. He takes the broom and drops it to the floor. There's something I've been wanting to do all night. For weeks really. His voice is husky, full of undertones that make my skin shiver. Me too, I breathe as his hand cradles the back of my head, and he lowers to close the distance between us. Are you sure? He asks, his lips hovering so close to mine I can feel their warmth. Never been more sure of anything in my life, I murmur, closing the last fraction of an inch to brush my lips against his. He chuckles before deepening the kiss and pressing me against the full length of his body. I'm lost in a fog of sensation, scent, and the sound of our racing hearts. By the time Leo takes a step back, I am breathless. His hand moves to my back to steady me. I rest my forehead on his chest, unwilling to break the connection between us until we hear Max and Pam finish up and head our way. I should close out the register. Leo nods and walks with me behind the bar, keeping me company while I finish the last of my closing chores. I feel lightheaded and unsteady when Max walks in a moment later. Ready to head home? He asks, and all I can do is nod. Chapter 21. Leo. 2 more days, I say to the reflection of myself while I shave. I have to remind myself that this is temporary. Being around Aimee. Spending time with her here on the farm. And our time is quickly coming to a close. Breakfast is ready. Aimee knocks on the door to the bathroom we all share, jolting me into action. Hold up, I say, striding down the hall to catch up with her before we reach the steps. The scent of bacon and fried potatoes wafting upstairs makes my stomach growl. Breakfast isn't a quick grab-and-go affair on a farm, I learned. What's up? She stops and turns to look at me. I was wondering. I swallow hard. This shouldn't be so difficult. We've spent every waking hour together for close to a week. I was wondering if you'd like to go to dinner with me. Maybe that little diner in town? The Copper Kettle? I don't think that's a good idea, Aimee says. Food no good? No, the food is excellent. It's just. She hesitates and walks down the stairs. It's the one place in town where you can get a decent meal out. If there's someone here looking for me. She doesn't have to finish. I get it. If there's a journalist or photographer, or even a random person passing through who recognizes her picture, they'll have their meal at the diner. And everyone these days has a phone on them. The shot would be all over social media in seconds. You're probably right. I try and fail to hide my disappointment. I have an idea. How about a picnic? I'll whip us up something tasty this afternoon, and we can take it to the back meadow. There's an old oak by the creek. It's the perfect spot. My mom used to take us out there to swim on hot days. It's a date. I don't hide my grin and make a few plans of my own. I was starting to think you were standing me up, Aimee says when I finally make it back to the farmhouse. My trip into town took longer than expected. Sorry. This was a little harder to find than I expected. I hold up the mysterious bag. All right then. Ready to go? Aimee picks up an old-fashioned wicker picnic basket. A folded blanket sits on top. Almost. Give me 2 minutes. I dash into the kitchen and rummage through the cabinets. Can I help you find something? Aimee followed me into the kitchen, negating my attempt at diversion. Nope, I'm good. Go wait outside, or you'll ruin the surprise. I keep my tone light to soften the sting of my words. I'll go wait on the porch then, I guess. I watch her leave and resume my search. I can't find what I'm looking for. The 2 mason jars I came across will have to do. I wrap each in a kitchen towel and shove them along with the nondescriptive plastic bag that holds my treasure in a tote bag that hangs on a nail in the back of the kitchen door. Let's go, I say, jogging down the steps that lead into the yard. Aimee laughs. Wrong way. She turns and takes the lead. We make our way around the house, through the backyard, through a small gate, and across a field. 20 minutes later, we make it to the creek. A large oak sits on its bank. A rope hangs from a large branch, reaching across to the other side. It's easy to picture young Aimee and her brother swinging across and splashing in the water of the burbling creek. Do I get to see your surprise? Aimee asks the moment we've spread out the picnic blanket. I'll show you mine if you show me yours, I say with a grin, pointing at the basket she's brought. All right. Who goes first? She asks, challenge and mirth gleaming in her eyes. You do. Mine's more of a surprise. At least I hope it is. Fair enough. Here's what we've got. Aimee opens the picnic basket and pulls out grilled chicken panini sandwiches, caprese salad, and a bunch of grapes. A bottle of sparkling water and 2 cups are the only things left in the bottom of the basket. That looks delicious. She's outdone herself, and I have no idea where all this food has come from. I'm pretty sure it's not your typical Linden fare. Thanks. Your turn. She sits back on the blanket, her eyes trained on me. It's not exactly what I was looking for, I hedge as I unwrap the 2 mason jars and the bottle of sparkling wine. It's not the Prosecco I'd hoped to grab that would go perfectly with the meal she's prepared, but it's close enough. That's perfect. She holds both jars while I remove the twist cap. At least the sparkling wine came pre-chilled and our walk out here did little to warm it, thanks to the kitchen towel I'd wrapped it in. To us, I say, raising my jar. To us. Aimee clinks her jar against mine and takes a cautious sip. I follow suit. It's not half bad. Next time, I'm taking you out to an actual restaurant. Somewhere with tables, linens, candles. That sounds lovely, but there's one problem. Aimee stares right at me and licks a drop of sparkling wine off her bottom lip. What's that? I ask, my voice going husky. I don't think I'll get away with doing this. She sets the jar down in the grass and leans forward. Her soft, warm lips brush across mine. Gentle like a butterfly. Or this. She moves closer. Her hands wrap around my neck. She pulls me closer and deepens the kiss. I forget where I am and why this would ever not be a good idea. Our food is cold, the wine warm, and the mozzarella in our salad is on the verge of melting when we finally get around to enjoying our meal. I don't care, and by the way Aimee looks at me and runs her fingers across my arm, I doubt she does either. You two look like you had a good time, Max says when we walk back up to the farmhouse. He and his father are sitting on the porch, sipping a beer and enjoying the cool evening air. We did. How about the 2 of you? Did you eat dinner? Aimee sets down the basket and looks at the 2 men. Of course we had supper. How do you think we've been getting by since you moved out? Her father grumbles. All right then. Sorry I asked. I'm going to take this inside and clean up. Aimee opens the front door and reaches for the basket. I grab it first and follow her inside. Have fun, you two, Max calls after us. Not too much, Mr. Lawrence grumbles, almost out of earshot. Don't worry. Cleaning up after the 2 of you hardly falls into the too much fun category, Aimee calls over her shoulder. I can think of a few things to make the job a little more attractive. Huh. Aimee points at the pizza box sitting on the stovetop. You've got to give it to them. They can take care of themselves. I step in front of Aimee and pull her into my arms. We should probably head outside for a bit. For appearance's sake, she says, slightly breathless when we pull apart. We should. I pull her tighter against me, not ready to let go. Our time together is quickly fading, and I don't look forward to pretending we don't care deeply for each other as soon as we get back to Wilmington. The sound of someone clearing his throat makes us step apart. I turn and see Mr. Lawrence standing in the kitchen doorway, his expression unreadable. I'm heading upstairs, calling it a night. No funny business, you two. And Aimee, don't forget. I'm a light sleeper. He looks at his daughter before turning. We hear him walk up the creaking stairs. Busted. Max pokes his head in the kitchen, grinning from ear to ear. Oh, please. Like you didn't get caught trying to sneak Kelly Madison up to your room, Aimee huffs. At least I didn't move her into the house. Max retreats before the kitchen towel Aimee launches his way hits him. Remind me not to complain about being an only child, I mutter as we make our way upstairs. After giving Aimee a chaste kiss goodnight, I make my way down the hall, noticing that for the first time, the door to Mr. Lawrence's bedroom is left cracked open. Chapter 22. Aimee. Did you have a good day? Leo asks when he calls that night. My phone is propped up on the kitchen counter so we can chat while I fix myself some dinner. It was long. Cash kept messing up his lines. I'm sure you've heard about that though. How about you? I'll talk to him tomorrow. It was okay. Pretty busy. Mostly boring stuff. There's something in his voice that makes me pay attention. Except? Sarah cornered me in my office. I guess she's figured out that the two of us have, gotten close during our little trip. His voice is soft, his words coming out fast. I don't know how she found out Leo had come to Linden, but the entire PR department knew by the time we got back and they weren't happy. What did she have to say about that? It wasn't hard to guess that our friendly neighborhood publicist had an opinion on the matter and plenty of suggestions on how to handle it. She said we had two choices. Go public with our relationship or continue to keep it under wraps, which means not being seen together. In public? I was all for not being seen out and about. Who knew that something as innocent as getting ice cream had been not only newsworthy, but had been analyzed and misconstrued into assumptions on how I got my role? At all. Unless, how did she put it, it's in an official capacity. We can't be friends spending time together? I ask. Not that my feelings toward Leo were all that friendly. We'd firmly crossed that line in my uncle's bar. And in the meadow. Apparently not. What do you want to do? His face is unreadable through the small screen of my crappy cell phone. I don't know if I'm ready to go public. Wasn't the reason to lay low for a while to get them off our backs? It was. And it looks like it worked. His smile is encouraging. In that case, I think we should lay low. See where this goes before we announce it to the world? I don't like it, but it's better than the alternative. That's probably best, he says, his tone as resigned as I feel. At least we're on the same page. Before I forget, Sarah said she needed to see you tomorrow. Something to do with some appearances she wants you to make in the next few weeks. I'll touch base with her, I promise, before dumping a box of pasta into a pot of boiling water. How's the screenplay coming along? Leo had spent the rest of our stay in Linden hanging out at the bar each night while I filled in for Gus for a couple of hours. By the time we were leaving, he'd filled every single page of my old notebook. Honestly, I haven't made much progress. I need to type it all up, but by the time I get home, the last thing I want to do is get back on my computer. The rings around his eyes are back, and the joy and happiness I'd gleaned during those few days out in the country are gone. I find out what Sarah had in mind the next day when she corners me as soon as I step on the lot. How would you feel about going to a gallery opening tonight? There will be press and some important influencers. Could be good for the show. Create some buzz. Her expression is guarded. She knows I'm not a big fan of crowds or journalists. I can make an appearance, I hedge. If I can talk Maeve into going with me and keep it short, it wouldn't be too bad, right? I was hoping you'd make it with Cash. Play up the chemistry between the two of you, get people talking about the cute new couple. Her voice gets higher, the words coming out faster. I'll make sure there are some cameras there. If we can convince the world that you and Cash have a thing, it'll put those rumors about you and Leo to rest for good. And it will help the show. I lean up against the counter and cross my arms. I'm not loving this strategy of hers. Spending more time with Cash Marshall is the last thing I want. It does. Would that be a bad thing? Sarah's eyes are fixed on me, studying every micro-expression that crosses my face. I work hard to keep it neutral. Of course not. If it'll help the show, I'll do it. Leo isn't going to like it though. He will if he wants to keep his job, Sarah says the words under her breath as she walks out the door. I don't think I was supposed to hear them. I'll text you the details. Hey, Maeve, want to go to a gallery opening with me tonight? If I'm going to be stuck with Cash Marshall, I'm going to need some moral support. We can make fun of all the art snobs. I wish I could, but I promised Charles we would head down to Savannah as soon as I finish my last scene for the day. He has a scouting trip, and we're going to make a weekend out of it. Her smile is infectious. You'll be gone through Sunday? The trip is news to me, but doesn't come as a big surprise. Maeve and Charles have been inseparable the past few weeks. That's not a problem, is it? She asks, and I shake my head. Would you mind tossing Alistair a mouse tomorrow? I have a few stashed in the fridge. The director calls, and Maeve is gone before I get a chance to answer. Looks like I'll be spending my weekend with Alistair, the corn snake. The event is as bad as I'd expected. Light jazz is playing in an overlit room full of paintings that make no sense to me. I stroll through the space on Cash's arm. He's grinning like a fool, enjoying the attention we're attracting and tossing back one glass of champagne after the other. Slow down, I hiss when he reaches for a third glass. Don't be a buzzkill. His tone is sweet, the expression on his face adoring. It's all an act. He doesn't care for me any more than I do for him. And no matter how much we act, there's no chemistry between the two of us. I'm not. But don't you think we should keep our wits about us? There's a lot of people with phones around, not to mention a photographer. He was from the small local paper, but I'm sure he'd be happy to sell his shots to any of the gossip blogs and magazines I didn't know existed until I was cast for the Moonlit Inn. Fine, but you'll have to make this a little more interesting. Cash puts the glass back on the tray and pulls me toward a less crowded section. We come to a stop in front of a large canvas with 3 broad strokes of paint on it. Birth, live, death is written on the little sign along with the name of the artist and the date and location of its inception. I don't get it. I keep looking at the piece. All I see are 3 random stripes painted with a wide brush, the kind we use to paint the barn every few seasons. Don't even try to make sense of it. No one really understands it. Everyone pretends to get some meaning out of these pieces to impress their friends. My parents' house is full of stuff like this. He waves at the painting before putting his arm around my shoulder and pulling me close. Let's get to work. We're supposed to look like a couple in love. I can smell the wine on his breath, along with a hefty dose of garlic. What did the guy have for dinner? You could use a mint. He puts his hand over his mouth. You're right. Those garlic shrimp scampi had a kick. Good thing this isn't an official date. His arm moves back around me, cradling my lower back as he steers me toward the next painting. I dig around in my purse until I locate the small tin of high-powered mints I keep with me on set. Here you go. He pops 2 of the white pastilles into his mouth and grins at me. I think someone is angling for a goodnight kiss. His hand slips lower. I'm not. I push his hand off my backside and walk a few steps to my left. Cash is behind me in an instant, resting his head on my right shoulder. I like this one. I bark out a laugh. The painting is an abstract nude. The clearly female form is voluptuous to say the least. I'm not surprised. I appreciate the female form. Nothing wrong with that. So I've heard. I'd Googled the man playing my romantic interest the moment the studio announced him in the role. Cash Marshall is a player, seen with a different B-list actress each week. And from the candid shots, they weren't all fake dating. Most of that's for show. Good publicity. Sarah knows how to play the game. He looks over and waves. I follow his gaze. Sarah is standing in the corner of the room, directing the photographer's attention to us. Time to get into my role. I give Cash my most adoring smile. Let's pretend we are enjoying this. I let out a small giggle and run my hand through his hair. A flash goes off. Mission accomplished. Let's. Cash's arm is back around me, his hand sliding below the waist of the ankle-length wrap skirt I'm wearing. His gaze is on my peasant blouse, or rather the view of my chest he's getting by being this close to me. I regret pairing the skirt with my favorite top. I take his hand and step to the side, keeping a firm grip on it. To everyone around, it looks like we're holding hands. I squeeze harder, hoping the warning will get through to the guy. Let's go look at this one. My voice is sweet as honey as I pull Cash along to look at a landscape. I am renting a condo on the water, he says as we stare at the pastoral scene. The sunrise is pretty spectacular. Good for you. His head lowers to mine, and he breathes into my ear. The scent of garlic is still there, only now there's a hint of mint in the mixture, which doesn't do much to improve it. That was an invitation. Not interested, I reply, my voice as soft as his. You don't know what you're missing. He wraps his finger around a lock of my hair. I have a pretty good idea. It isn't the first time someone like him hit on me. When you're bartending, it's a hazard that comes with the job. Thankfully, I have plenty of practice deflecting. And because Uncle Gus believed alcohol made people do stupid stuff, he insisted I take self-defense classes when I started working for him. Trust me, you don't. He takes a step forward to close the distance between us and stumbles over his own feet. I reach out to steady him and find myself with his body pressed against mine, his hand cradling my bottom once again. You'd think it was a magnet, and his face closer to my chest than I'm comfortable with. I groan when I see the flash of a camera out of the corner of my eye. I know. Me too, Cash mumbles, his voice starting to slur. Let's get out of here. Good idea. I step back, and my leading man almost falls flat on his face. He manages to catch himself at the last second. I'm ready to head home. By myself. What about putting on a show? Cash pouts. It isn't a good look on him. I think you've done plenty of that. I pull my phone out of my purse and open the rideshare app. Your loss, Cash says, his voice back to its normal low tone as he wanders off to mingle. By the time my ride arrives, he's cozied up to some young blonde in a tight red dress and 4-inch heels. Chapter 23. Leo. Margaret Rice is on the line, Fiona says when I leave my office to head home. Her hand is covering the receiver. Again? She nods, and I head back into my office to take the call. Margaret, I was heading home to change before the party, I say, keeping my tone as pleasant as possible. Wonderful. Just making sure you can make it this time. You have the address? She asks. I do. 8:30? Perfect. I'll see you then. I pick up a bottle of California Red on my way home, shower, change, and am back on the road a little after 8. I'd much rather stay home, but canceling on Margaret again wasn't an option. I need her to sign off on local permits as quickly as possible if we want any shot at getting these episodes in the can. Besides, I just sit at home, picturing Aimee out and about with Cash, I say into the fading light of the highway ahead of me. Margaret's house is a few miles out of town on the river. This can't be right, I mutter to myself when I pull into the drive. There are no other cars in the drive. Only a few lights illuminate the entryway and the house. I glance down at my phone, double-checking the address I've typed into the navigation system. It's correct. I grab the bottle of wine and step out of the car, fully expecting to be told that I have the wrong house. Margaret opens the door the moment the bell rings. She's wearing a deep red evening gown that's a little more revealing than I'd expect for a dinner party. Oh good, you're here. Come on in. She turns and walks through the large foyer, disappearing into the room to the right. She's barefoot, her feet gliding across the marble floors, barely making a noise. Where's everyone? I ask, wondering if I'm early as I follow her into what turns out to be a dining room. A large white table sits in the center of the room, surrounded by 16 chairs. It's just you and me tonight. I got the feeling that you were done being around a bunch of people by the end of the day. I figured the last thing you wanted to do was mingle. Was I right? She turns and smiles at me over her shoulder before standing next to a chair at one end of the dining table. You're not wrong. 5 minutes ago, it would have been the last thing I wanted to do. At this very moment, that's coming in second. I walk up next to her and pull the chair out. Margaret takes a seat, tucking her bare feet under the chair and motions for me to sit next to her. Why don't you open that bottle for us? Margaret points to a sideboard that holds a decanter and several wine glasses. A full bar is set up on a tray next to it. I eye the 25-year-old scotch as I uncork the mid-range California red I picked up at the grocery store. I hope you like oysters, Margaret says, uncovering a platter I hadn't noticed. Raw oysters are sitting on a plate on top of a bed of ice. There's grated horseradish and lemon on the side. I do. Thank you. I hand her a glass of the wine that doesn't go with the mollusks. But who am I to judge? I send a quick text when I return for my own glass and the decanter. Help yourself. Margaret doesn't wait for me, scooping several of the half-shells on the plate in front of her. I follow her example, taking a sip of the wine first. It's not half bad. In half an hour, after it has some time to breathe, it'll be delicious. I have champagne if you'd prefer, Margaret says as if reading my thoughts. This is fine. I don't plan on being here any longer than absolutely necessary. Watching her eat an oyster, I follow suit, garnishing it with a hint of lemon juice and a little of the freshly grated horseradish. Did you get my email about the permit to film on the courthouse steps? I ask. The oysters are fresh and surprisingly good for early summer. I did, but let's not talk about work. What do you do in your free time here in Wilmington? I bark out a laugh. What free time? All work and no play? That doesn't sound like fun. We're going to have to change that. She flutters her eyelashes at me, leaving no doubt what kind of play she has in mind. It's what I'm here for. Filming doesn't leave time for much of anything other than sleep and eating. I'm glad to hear that, she says, intentionally misreading my words. I steal a glance at my phone and try to come up with a diplomatic way to turn Margaret down without harming our working relationship. I come up as blank as the screen on my phone. Margaret, I'm interrupted by the shrill sound of my phone ringing. Margaret shoots me a look that makes it clear she's annoyed at the interruption. It is poor etiquette not to mute it during dinner, but desperate times call for desperate measures. I'm sorry. I have to take this. It's my assistant. I answer the call, walking out of the dining room back into the foyer. How bad is it? Fiona asks. Did something happen? I reply, hoping she gets the point. Oh, that bad? I guess you better make up a watertight excuse for why you need to leave early. Did you at least meet some interesting people? I don't have to see Fiona to know it's all she can do to hold in a laugh at my expense. It is, and no. How bad is it? My mind is reeling. I should have thought this scenario through before I got here. Oh, I'm sure something is going terribly wrong. Maybe Cash got into a fight or something. Except that would require witnesses and pictures, wouldn't it? The idea isn't half bad, but Fiona is right. It'll be hard to sell that particular story without some mention of the incident in the papers. And that's the last thing the Moonlit Inn needs. I will be right there. Tell them to say nothing and call Sarah. I raise my voice to make sure Margaret hears me. Everything okay? Margaret stands in the door, her eyes trained on me when I return my phone to my pants pocket. No. I'm very sorry, but I have to go. Two of my actors have gotten themselves into a bit of I sigh and shake my head. I understand. She pats toward me and raises on her toes. We'll try again another night, she whispers, before pressing a soft kiss on my neck. I don't know how I manage not to wipe the spot until I am safe in my car, pulling out of her drive, but I do. I take one last look at the house in my rearview mirror. There's no way I'm coming back here, no matter how badly we need filming permits. Chapter 24. Aimee. How was your date? Leo asks. His call comes in seconds after I text him that I made it home. His tone is light, but there's a tightness around his lips that's a dead giveaway. It was horrible. I take the towel out of my hair. I'd stepped into the shower the moment I got in. What happened? His voice louder, concern tinting each note. Cash being cash. He got a little carried away with his role. Nothing I couldn't handle. I'm going to. His face disappears from the screen. You won't. It was fine. He already found someone to console him. I have no doubt that the woman in the red dress will be admiring the sunrise in a few hours. Seriously, he sounds more incredulous than I feel. Yep. He had her wrapped around his little finger before my ride showed up. I walk into the kitchen and grab a bag of pretzels. Thankfully, Sarah had someone take a few pictures of us before then. I hope it's enough for a while. I'll talk to her and make sure this doesn't happen again. Ever. His face is back, looking slightly more relaxed than it had earlier. I'll be fine. He's not that bad. If it helps the show, I'm happy to do my part. I pop one of the pretzels into my mouth. You've got above and beyond, he says. I'll make sure there will be no extra events with Cash. To be honest, if the studio wasn't so insistent on him in the lead, I'd recast in a second. You'd do that? For me? I tease. Not for you. For the viewers. There isn't enough chemistry between the two of you. Everyone sees it. Sarah thinks she can fix it with a story about the two of you hitting it off in real life. He sounds doubtful. It's me, isn't it? Cold dread rolls over me. This is it. The moment I've been waiting for since Leo announced I'd be taking the lead. It was too good to be true. Having someone with next to no experience carry a brand new show wasn't done. Because you needed experience and a fan base, a platform. Especially in this day of almost unlimited entertainment options. Of course not. And it's not Cash's fault either. At least not entirely. He's a good actor. I don't like him, but the boy can lose himself in a role. And you've been the perfect owner of the Moonlit Inn. But sometimes, no matter how hard you try, it doesn't click. Johnny Depp and Angelina Jolie are both amazing actors, but they couldn't make it happen. And the heads at the studio feel the same way? That there isn't enough chemistry between me and Cash? I ask. It's only one of the issues they have with the Moonlit Inn. The first cut of the pilot didn't screen well, and they are worried those rumors about you and me will resurface once we start to market the show nationally. I've had meetings with legal and marketing all week. Leo rubs his temples. That sounds stressful. It is. I bought us a little time. Let's see if Sarah's right. Leo doesn't sound confident. It's not the end of the world if this doesn't work out. Don't get me wrong, the money is great, but I always knew this was a long shot. I take a breath and try to convince myself it's the truth. I hope it doesn't come to that. Not every project makes it to the screen. I promise you, I'll do everything in my power to keep this going. His confidence doesn't return, and I make a mental note to talk to Tony about the possibility of getting my old job back in a few weeks. I know you will. And if it doesn't work out, that's okay. I wouldn't mind having a little more time off. The crazy schedule is starting to get to me, but the worst part is the attention. I'd never considered that acting in a TV show would turn me into a public figure. I can't imagine how much worse it will be if the show actually becomes popular. A couple of days off would be amazing, he agrees, his hand moving to pinch the bridge of his nose. Headache? I ask, trying to get a better look at him through the small screen of my phone. The darkly lit room he's sitting in isn't helping. There's too much hidden in the shadows. Tension headache. I've been working too much. His hands move to his neck, working the muscles in the back before moving to his broad shoulders. He rolls his shoulders and smiles. Nothing to worry about. It'll work itself out. And don't worry about your part. I won't let them replace you. I don't believe him for a minute, but it feels nice to have him on my side. Go get a hot shower to loosen up that neck. Peppermint oil on your temples works wonders for headaches. Not yet. Talking to you is helping, and I'm not ready to say goodnight. His smile is back. Unless you have something better to do than to talk to a grumpy guy who can't come to see you. Nothing I'd rather do. And you're not grumpy. You're stressed because you have a lot going on. What kind of friend would I be if I didn't make the time to listen? I hope he didn't notice my brief hesitation before calling us friends. He did. I think we moved past the friend stage that night in your uncle's bar, Leo says softly. We did. I'm not sure what to call this though. We had yet to put a label on our relationship. Boyfriend, girlfriend works for me. Despite the low light, I can see the vulnerability in his eyes as they connect with mine. Just not in public. Not in public. Not now, he adds. I can't help but hope that there is a someday at the end of that statement for us. For now, I relish the fact that he feels the way I feel about him. Even if it's complicated. Chapter 25. Leo. Don't do this to me, Will. I run my fingers through my hair. I knew this wasn't going to be a pleasant call, but I wasn't prepared for how bad things were shaking out to be. I'll do what I can, but you've got to give me something to work with, Leo. The studio is losing faith quickly in the moonlit inn. What do you need from me? I grab a pen and paper to make sure I don't miss anything. I'm in this to win it. Or at the very least, leave no stone unturned to keep this project going. Not for myself, but for the amazing people on this journey with me. The actors, the writers, Fiona, Maeve, and Aimee. How quickly can you reshoot the scenes we talked about? Especially the courtroom one. That one didn't fly with test audiences at all. Too dark and gloomy. I have my writers rework it into a shorter scene out on the courthouse steps. We're ready to shoot as soon as we get the filming permit. Which should already be waiting in my inbox. I check my email. Still nothing. I'll follow up with Margaret as soon as we're done here. That's a start. How would you feel about budget cuts? Maybe slim down the cast, cut a few location shots? It's what I've expected him to suggest. It doesn't mean I like it, but cutting costs goes on the list. What else? Wrapping this up as quickly as possible is the only other thing I can think of. If you have a few finished episodes, they'll be more likely to spring for editing and get them out there to see if the show gains traction. I'm not going to lie, though. It's not looking good. Will's tone is kind. He knows firsthand how much this stinks. I appreciate the suggestions. We'll do what we can on our end and hope for the best. I lean back in my chair, forcing my shoulders to relax. Sounds like a plan. And Leo? Try not to take this personally. Most shows don't see the light of day, no matter how good the idea is. This isn't a failure on your part. It's the way this business is. I know. I get up and stare out the window overlooking the rest of the office. They have no idea how close we all are to being out of a job. And it's my job to do everything I can to not let that happen. I roll my shoulders and get back to my desk to make the first call on the list. Margaret, it's Leo. I'm calling about the permit to film on the courthouse steps. Please call me back. We're getting close to shooting. I appreciate anything you can do to push this through. I hang up, hoping the voicemail will do the trick. By the time I get back from checking in with the writers, Fiona is waiting for me in my office. What's wrong? I ask after taking one look at her face. Margaret Rice called. She's sorry, but she can't sign off on the permit for the courthouse scene. Why? I'm stunned. She didn't give an actual reason. All I could get out of her was that the filming around town was disrupting everyday life. Her words, not mine. Fiona leans against my desk, looking as disappointed as I feel. This isn't good. My mind is reeling. There has to be a way to wrap this episode without the scene. I come up blank. No, it's not. But I have faith in you, boss. You'll figure something out, she says before leaving my office. That makes one of us. Chapter 26. Aimee. What's the plan for tonight? Another episode of Virgin River? Leo asks when he calls me after we both get home. Maeve and I have been rewatching the show as a way to unwind after a long day of shooting. Not tonight. Maeve is spending the weekend in Savannah with Charles. She's not on the schedule until early next week. Unlike me. Thanks to Cash's blunders, we'll be reshooting a few scenes over the weekend. At least I'm not the only one sitting alone at home tonight. Leo smiles wryly. Did you get a chance to work on your screenplay? I ask to change the topic. Contemplating both of us sitting in our respective apartments is too depressing. Not really. I read over a few scenes. Other than that, it's been non-stop calls and meetings. A small crease forms between his brows. I know he's under a lot of pressure from the studio to make this work, and I get the feeling the powers to be aren't happy tonight. You've got a little time. I pour myself a glass of sparkling water and look up at the time. It's only 10. We'll see. How about you? What's the plan? His image shakes as he leans back on his couch. Honestly? I'll probably eat some junk food, play on my phone and go to bed. I'm too keyed up from tonight's event to fall asleep, but what else is there to do? Tired? The concern in his voice is back. Not really. I drank a bunch of coffee before heading out earlier. I wish you could come hang out. Not that it's an option, but a girl can hope. You know what? I'm done playing by Sarah's rules. I'm coming over. The video chat closes before I have a chance to protest. My doorbell rings less than 10 minutes later. Did you race over here? I ask, taking in the tall form in front of me. He's wearing a Colorado State hoodie, a Dodgers baseball cap, and a pair of dark sunglasses. I missed you. Leo steps inside and closes the door behind him. He takes off his glasses and lowers his head, eyes burning with need. I missed you too. I raise on my toes and collide with the brim of his hat. He pulls it off and tosses it over my shoulder before covering my mouth with his. I don't know how long we're standing there, by the front door, wrapped up in each other, making up for lost time. I sigh contentedly when we finally pull apart. What would you like to do? Leo asks, his arm wrapped around my waist, unwilling to break the connection between us completely. Popcorn and a movie? I suggest, pushing him toward the couch to pick something. I need to feed Alistair, and then I'm all yours. I have no idea who Alistair is, but otherwise, that sounds perfect. Leo makes himself comfortable on the futon that serves as our bed and couch, kicking off his shoes, and taking control of the remote. Alistair is Maeve's pet snake. I laugh when his legs shoot up. Don't worry, he's in a terrarium over there. I pull one of the mice from the fridge and walk to the glass habitat that graces the top of our dresser. All color drains from my face when I don't see him. With his bright coloring and size, he's hard to miss. The top of the terrarium isn't completely shut, leaving just enough space for a determined corn snake to slither out. He's not here. He's loose? Leo picks up his shoes and peeks into them before slipping them back on. Any idea where? I drop the mouse into the enclosure, opening the top wide enough to drop the escape artist back inside when we find him. He can't be far. At least I hope so. We scour every inch of the room and bathroom, Leo lifting the lid of the toilet to see if Alistair was hiding inside the bowl. I finally find the little guy curled up on top of a stack of my t-shirts. I return him to the glass container, ensuring the lid is closed tight. Alistair slithers and devours his dinner in one slow bite. Impressive. Leo is next to me, his initial trepidation replaced by curiosity. Does he get out a lot? Any chance he gets. Which is more often than it should be. This is the first time he got out on my watch though. I don't know what I would have done if we didn't find him. I'd worried about how I'd explain this to Maeve the entire time. The weight off my shoulders now that he is back safe and sound is notable. Can't say I blame him. That's only a slightly larger habitat than what you have. He winks, but there's truth to the words. You should see it when Maeve is here. Our place only feels spacious since my best friend spends so little time here. I think I'll pass. Next time, we're hanging out at my place. He pulls me down onto the couch, and my fluttering heart starts to slow down as we get into the rom-com he picks for us. It's a plan. I try not to read too much into the fact he wants to do this again and fail miserably. Instead, I snuggle in next to him as the opening credits start to roll. Leo's stomach growls less than a third of the way into the movie. Sorry, seeing Alistair's dinner made me hungry. Please tell me you're not serious? I scoot to the corner of the futon, putting enough distance between us to be able to see his face. I'm not. I was about to have dinner when we talked. The snake situation helped me forget about it for a while. Do you have something I could snack on? He looks almost embarrassed. No way. Pizza or Chinese? I pull out my phone, ready to place an order. Chinese. We've barely gotten back into the movie when the doorbell rings. I take a careful peek to make sure it's the delivery guy before opening the door. The last thing we need is some stranger seeing the two of us together at my place. I breathe a sigh of relief and open the door. The food smells amazing. Our stomachs growl in unison as we unpack the dishes we've ordered. Leo hands me a set of chopsticks, mischief painted on his face. Not happening. I take both sets from him and walk over to the little kitchenette to replace them with forks, grabbing 2 plates to be safe. It's well past my bedtime when he leaves, donning his disguise, and I crawl into bed for a few hours of much-needed sleep. I'm more content than I've been in months as I drift off to sleep and dream about my handsome Californian. Chapter 27. Leo. I unlock the door to my apartment and walk inside. Catching a glimpse of myself in the mirror in the hall, I realize I'm smiling. It's a stunning discovery. I'm happy. I'm happy when I'm spending time with Aimee. It's that simple and that profound. Because of her, this town has become something familiar and comfortable despite the fact that it's completely different from LA. And this place, this studio apartment that seemed cold and utilitarian when I first arrived, seems like more of a home than my place back in California. Love changes everything. The thought surprises me, but it's true. I'm in love. I love Aimee, and she's the reason I feel more carefree and happy than I have in years. Ignoring the emails I'm sure are waiting for me on my laptop and the voicemail notification on my phone, I walk to my bed and pull open the drawer in my nightstand. A green spiral-bound notebook, the kind you can pick up for 20 cents during any back-to-school sale, lies on top. It's missing a few pages. The corners are bent, and a few coffee stains mark the cover. None of that matters. Pouring myself a tall glass of cool water, I sit at the bar that serves as my dining room table and read what I came up with in a smoky little honky-tonk a few hours from here. This is pretty good, I say into the quiet emptiness of my apartment. Picking up the pen stuck to the coil of wire that holds the pages together, I continue where I left off. The sun is rising by the time I close the notebook. I'll regret this later, but for now I'm riding the high of having finished several key scenes. I forgot how good it feels to lose yourself in a story. To tap into this special place in my mind where time and place disappear and the story almost writes itself. Not even the hot shower I take before getting dressed for work can wash that feeling away. Chapter 28. Aimee. You two have been holding out on me. Sarah has a big smile on her face when she walks up to Cash and me on set. This week has gone better than last. Even Cash is on top of his game. We've been able to wrap up shooting for the day early enough for me to get a good 8 hours of sleep in, even after spending my evenings talking to Leo. He snuck back to my place on Monday, being careful not to be seen. What are you talking about? Cash asks, before shoving half a hot dog into his mouth. The two of you, hitting it off, becoming an item. She pulls out her phone and shows us a grainy shot of a guy leaving my apartment building, dressed in a hoodie and baseball cap. I realize the moment I see it that this is Leo, not Cash. But the headline reads, Moonlit and Lovers the Real Thing? That's not me. Cash takes a second look and shakes his head. It's the Colorado State shirt, isn't it? Like I'm the only guy in town who graduated from there. Seriously? I thought for sure that was you. You two aren't trying to keep this on the low down? We can use this. Sarah swipes across her phone to the pictures the local photographer took of the two of us at the gallery opening. It wasn't Cash. My voice is calm but firm. Then who was it? Sarah looks at me across her phone. That's personal. I can feel the warmth creeping into my cheeks. I don't like that my potential love life has become a topic of public discussion. You really don't want to say? This could help us salvage the show. She stops her scrolling, her eyes gleaming with excitement and recognition. She suspects Leo is the guy wearing the hoodie. What? I'm afraid to ask, but it's better to know than worry. At least that's what my mother always told me. You want to keep this relationship, or whatever this is, private? Sarah asks. Yes. Then let's give them something else to talk about. We let everyone believe the hooded figure is Cash over here. I'll arrange a few outings for you too, and we'll let everyone think you are dating. It'll create some good buzz for the show, but more importantly, word will get back to the powers that be at the studio. It'll take a lot of pressure off any talk about your on-screen chemistry. Leo is going to love it. What am I going to love? Leo's eyebrows are drawn together, and small lines are forming around the blue eyes that still take my breath away every time he looks at me. Right now, his eyes are firmly on Sarah. I found a way to get the studio off your back long enough to salvage this project. The smile on Sarah's face is triumphant. How's that? Leo takes a seat. He doesn't look anywhere near as excited as Sarah. I could use some good news. Everyone's convinced the guy leaving Aimee's apartment a few days ago is Cash. Our leading lady here won't fess up who the guy is, but if she can keep that relationship under wraps, we can have these two lovebirds be seen out and about. If we can convince everyone there's a budding romance, they'll forget all about any talks of lacking chemistry. And who knows, it might help you on the screen too. And don't worry, I'll come up with some fun dates for you too. She grins first at me, then at Cash. That's not going to happen. Leo stands, his voice stern. We're not forcing our actors into that kind of farce. I'm flying out to LA, he glances at his watch. In an hour. I'll buy us some time. And Sarah, I appreciate the effort, but we're not doing this. His gaze briefly lands on me, but nothing on his face gives away that it was him walking out of my place. He turns and leaves the cafeteria. What do you think the chances are they'll shut us down? Cash asks no one in particular. It's not looking good, but Leo has connections. He'll get us a shot to pull it together. But having you two step out together in public couldn't hurt. Sarah looks down at her phone. It's getting some traction, and from the sound of it, people are into the two of you getting together. I'm game if you are. Cash puts his feet up on the table and puts his hands behind his head. I think it's perfect. Think of it as practice for the role. You go have dinner, go dancing at the club. Charles and I will be right there with you. Maeve looks at me, her eyes wide, trying the puppy routine again. You heard Leo. He doesn't think it's a good idea. I hold on to the idea that he will get it all figured out. What if I promise to be on my best behavior? No funny business, and I'll even break it up with Tiffany to make sure the story sticks. Cash sits up and looks at me, a more serious expression on his face than I've ever seen on him. I assume Tiffany is the blonde from the other night. The one whose picture wasn't shared 1,000 times. Aimee, don't make me go back to waiting tables. We have a plan, and it doesn't include being stuck in our apartment for another year. Maeve scoots her chair closer to Cash. They are closing ranks on me. Worse, they have a point. If Sarah thinks this would help, don't I owe it to my friends to at least give it a shot? All of us need this job. Some more so than others. A few dates, I relent. Hugs and hand-holding. No kisses. And you can't have anyone sneaking out of your place in the middle of the night. Sarah looks serious. Unless that's going to be a problem? It won't. I'll make sure he isn't seen. I put my hand on my heart. Great. Let me get to work. You 2-inch, she looks at me and Cash, keep your evenings free for the next few weeks. We're going to convince everyone that the two of you are an item. I hope it won't convince everyone and that I get a chance to explain to Leo before the stories hit. Chapter 29. Leo. I didn't think I'd see you back so soon, Will says when I step out of the arrival gate. Thanks for picking me up. It's a lot easier than renting a car or calling for a ride. I wanted to have some time to talk before we walk into this meeting. I'm not going to lie. It isn't looking good for the Moonlit Inn. If it wasn't for this flashy romance between your two main stars, they would have pulled the plug. Will unlocks his Tesla, and we're off, making our way across Los Angeles. Sarah is doing her job well. Too well if you ask me, but no one is. Let's hope the buzz is enough to keep you going. I'm doing everything I can to sell the Moonlit Inn. Will weaves in and out of traffic. They backed out? The show was ordered by a streaming service, and this is the first I'm hearing that they are no longer interested. Not officially, but I hear chatter through the grapevine that they've decided to go in a different direction. That's worse than I realize. Why did you bother calling me back here, then? It's not like I'm enjoying these cross-country flights. Hey, I thought you'd want to do everything possible to salvage this project, but if you're done. You're right. I am. What do you need me to do? I stroll through the gate into the small graveyard. It's been too long since I paid my respects. Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad. It's been a while. Sorry, I haven't been around. I've been back east, working on my first project. Can you imagine? Me, a producer. It didn't take much imagination to see the disapproval on his mother's face. I'm writing too. I might have something. If I ever get around to finishing the script. I take a seat on the small bench that sits not far from the wide gravestone that holds both of my parents' names. I'll make the time, I promise. And the way things are going, I might have more time on my hands than what I know to do with. But enough about that. I didn't come here to complain. I take a deep breath and stare up at the blue sky. So different from the one above Aimee right at this moment, and yet the same. I met someone. A young woman. An actress on the TV show I'm working on. Her name is Aimee. I think you would like her. She's kind. Hardworking. Lovely. I don't have the words, but I'm sure they both understand. I remember the way they looked at each other. I love her. Mom, I think she's the one. I asked her once about that. In high school, when the girl I had a crush on chose someone else to go to prom with. Mom assured me I would fall for someone else and that one day, I would meet the one. You were right. It didn't take me long to know she was it. The woman I could see myself spending the rest of my days with. The woman I would look at with love in my eyes until my dying day. The way my parents had. I read the silence in the air as a question. What are you waiting for, Leo? It's not that simple. We can't be together while she's working for me. It's complicated. I imagine hearing my mother's laughter. I love her. I think she loves me, or at least cares for me. But who knows what will happen if the show gets cancelled? I'll come back here, and Aimee. Who knows where her next job will take her? I sit until dusk on the small bench, thinking about what the future may or may not bring. I'll see you soon, I promise, as I take my leave from the people who raised me and loved me and made me into the man I am today. Chapter 30. Aimee. Aimee, can I talk to you for a minute? Leo walks up as we break for lunch. My heart skips a beat. So far, he's been taking my dates with Cash better than I'd expected. This morning, the first big story hit after a social media post of Cash planting a kiss on my cheek went viral. So much for the no kissing rule. Of course. What's up? Maeve squeezes my hand before walking off, and I remind myself to breathe. Leo waits until the set is clear. I thought we could have lunch together. He takes my hand and leads me through the back to the set of the inn's kitchen that we aren't using today. The oak table where we filmed some of my favorite scenes with Maeve has a white tablecloth spread across it. A single candle sits in an antique holder from a different part of the set. I don't recognize the slate plates that each hold an arrangement of sushi. I'm stunned. How did you do all this? I had help. The food is from Hikari. I think I got your order right. He walks to the table and pulls one of the chairs out for me. I sit down and look at the plate in front of me. It's exactly what I ordered at our first dinner. Leo even remembered the seaweed salad. This looks delicious. The sweet gesture brings tears to my eyes, making me blink. Lack of sleep and stress always make my emotions bubble up. I'm glad you like it. I wish I could take you out, but... He shrugs and takes his own seat. Being seen together isn't an option if we want to salvage the show. Neither one of us likes it, but it is what it is. Are you sure this is a good idea? I ask when he hands me a pair of chopsticks. I look at his white shirt and loosened tie. I trust you. His eyes are intense. I get the feeling this is about more than sushi. Thank you. I pick up a piece of spicy tuna and manage to eat it without incident. About Cash. I know it's pretend. I don't like it, but I can live with it. To be honest, it might be helping. At the very least, it can't hurt at this point. Leo rubs his hand across his forehead. That bad? I ask. Honestly, yes. But let's not ruin this by talking about work. I rarely get you to myself. Let's enjoy our meal. Tell me how your day's been. Have you talked to your dad or Max lately? Funny you ask. I got an earful from my father last night. He got wind of the whole Cash situation, and he's not happy. He likes you. I smile, thinking back on how vehemently my father had insisted I was making a mistake with the pretty boy. It's nice to know I have someone in my corner. And that he'd prefer me dating you over Cash. The smile is back and the tension around Leo's eyes relax. Is that what we're doing? Dating? I tease. What do you think, woman? I went through a lot of trouble figuring out a way for us to share a meal. Yes, we're dating. It might not look like it to the rest of the world, but as far as I'm concerned, we're boyfriend and girlfriend. The stern look on his face makes me laugh. Okay, that works for me. We chat and eat, and I can't believe how different this feels from our nightly video chats. There's something about having Leo close enough to reach over and grab his hand. Too soon, the crew returns, and it's time to get back to work. This was nice, I say before squeezing his hand for just a moment as we walk out the fake kitchen door. It was. Part of me hopes this whole project falls through. Cash would be out of our lives, and we could be together. He keeps walking like nothing happened. Seriously? I pull us both to a stop and look up at Leo to judge his expression. Leo smiles wryly. No. Not really. All the stress is getting to me. That's all. Don't worry about it. Of course that's easier said than done. Thanks for making this easy, I say to Cash when we drive back from dinner at one of the oldest steakhouses in town. No problem. I gotta say, I'm digging all the attention. No matter what happens, this is getting our names out there. He puts his arm around me. Unlike at our first fake date at the gallery, I don't mind. We've become friends since we are spending most of our waking hours together. You think it's helping? We've all been worried with rumors about the show being cancelled swirling around set. Cash shrugs. Who knows? He gets out of the car and holds his hand out for me. Sarah insisted on a ride share so we both could enjoy a drink or two with dinner. You don't have to walk me to the door. I try to pull my hand from Cash's, but he resists. There's someone in the shadows under that big tree across the street, he says softly before pulling me close. Better keep up the show. They might be taking pictures. Let the acting begin. I grin and snuggle up to him as we walk arm in arm across the small concrete path that leads to the entrance of my apartment building. You better walk me up. We've supposedly been going out for a while. Sounds like a plan to me. Cash holds the door open for me and puts his hand on my back as I step through. He removes it as soon as the door closes behind us and we're out of view. I'll wait down here for 20 minutes or so and then head home. That's ridiculous. Come on up. I'll make us a cup of coffee or something. Make that a beer, and you've got yourself a deal. He's falling into step next to me as we make our way up the 2 flights of stairs. Luckily for you, we have money for fancy stuff like beer now. It used to be a luxury item before the first paycheck for this acting gig came in. Maeve and I did most of our drinking at the bar or the club where we could talk someone else into paying for it. Not something I'm proud of, but sometimes you've got to do what you've got to do. I open the door to our tiny studio. Maeve isn't here, but thankfully the futon is still in its upright position, and the place is relatively clean. You and Maeve share this? This place is tiny. Cash doesn't look impressed. It works, and rent is cheap. I shrug and open the fridge, pulling 2 bottles of beer out of the back. I hand one to Cash and look at our home with fresh eyes. I still like it. It's cozy. And with everything going on with the show, I'm glad we haven't had a chance to look for the house Maeve wanted us to rent the day we signed our contracts. I'll give you that. He raises his bottle in a silent salute and downs about half of it. Ice cold. He nods his approval. We spend a pleasant 10 minutes chatting about our scenes and tonight's dinner. I yawn, trying to hide it by rearranging the decorative pillows on the futon. About time I get out of here. We don't want whoever is waiting in the shadows downstairs to get the wrong idea. I'm sure the last thing you want is more press about who you are and aren't sleeping with. My cheeks blush. I can feel the warmth in them, and it's not from the 2 sips of beer I've had. You're right, I say, and walk to the door before I can say something embarrassing like admitting that I'm still a virgin. Not that it's something to be embarrassed about. But it definitely isn't something I want to discuss with lover boy Cash Marshall. So far, we haven't given them anything to believe this is anything more than a budding romance. I'd prefer to keep it that way. Good night. Cash pulls me into a quick hug before walking out the door and into the warm Carolina night. There's a knock a few minutes after Cash leaves. Leo is standing in front of my door when I open it, and from the look on his face, he's not happy. I wasn't expecting you tonight, I say, motioning for him to enter. I can tell. He steps in and leans up against the kitchen counter. His arms are crossed, his look stern. What's that supposed to mean? You knew I was going out with Cash tonight. Sarah ran the whole itinerary by you. I'm pretty sure he has to sign off on every single time we go out to dinner, have drinks, or go to the movies since the studio is picking up the tab for this PR stunt. I guess I didn't expect it would include an invitation to your place. His eyes roam across the room, taking in every little detail, including the 2 empty beer bottles next to the sink. It's not hard to guess what he thinks happened here. The realization feels like a knife being stabbed into my side. The pain brings tears to my eyes, making me mad. At myself, at Leo, at this whole impossible situation. Mostly, I'm furious at him for not trusting me. You know what? That's none of your business. Cash and I are friends. I asked him up for a beer. Right. And all that talk about how much you hate this charade of the 2 of you is what? A lie? Something you tell me to make sure you keep your role? His eyes turn to ice, and his jaw is locked tight. Nothing happened. But if that's so hard to believe, maybe you should leave. All the stress and anxiety from the past few weeks brings out my temper. I regret the words almost as soon as they come out of my mouth. Leo turns around and leaves. No goodbye, no apology. He walks out, and I'm too stunned to run after him. Nor am I sure that I want to. After all, what's the point? We can't spend more than a few stolen moments together. Maybe it's better to cool things off until we get the show back on track. Chapter 31. Leo. You're coming to breakfast with me. Fiona walks into my office and points to the ring of keys and wallet that sit on the corner of my desk. I don't have time to go out, I say, returning my attention to the screen in front of me. You look like you barely slept, and you've barked at 3 people this morning. It's not like you. You need strong coffee and solid food. I'm not taking no for an answer. I told you, I stop when I see the look on her face. I know that look. No sense arguing, and the bigger problem is that she's right. I'm in a foul mood and letting it out on people who don't deserve it. I'll wait outside. You have 2 minutes. Fiona leaves the door open on her way out. I watch her pull her purse out of the bottom drawer of her desk and walk out of the office. I sigh and follow her. We find ourselves back at the same bagel shop she'd brought me to last time. This is becoming a habit, I say. It will be, if you keep acting the way you do, eating your feelings instead of delicious baked goods and all. Fiona places our order, and we take our seat at the same table as before. She's as much a creature of habit as I am, it seems. Who says I'm eating my feelings? I ask. I am. I've watched you do it for days. What's going on? Today in particular. It's nothing, really. It wasn't. And it shouldn't bother me. Fiona sits there, holding her coffee, staring me down. It's Aimee. Except it isn't. Cash is bothering me. Fiona huffs, then stops when the young girl who took our order brings the bagel sandwiches. I know it's ridiculous. I take a bite of my sandwich. The melted cheese sticks to my mouth, burning it. Serves me right for trying to avoid my part in this conversation. You do remember that whole thing between Aimee and Cash is fake, right? And in case it isn't blatantly obvious to you, it still is that. Fake. They are getting along better than they have in the beginning, but there is nothing going on between those 2. Fiona opens her sandwich, allowing some of the heat to escape before reassembling it and eating it. It's hard. Not seeing her, I say while she eats. Are you sure this whole charade is still necessary? How bad would it really be if it would come out that she's really dating you? Fiona asks. Honestly? That's the end of the project. All the buzz this Aimee and Cash thing is creating is the only thing keeping us alive. I put down what remains of my sandwich. My mouth has gone dry, and I have zero appetite. Alright, so covert love affair it is. Fiona grins and takes another big bite. I wish it was that simple. The sad truth is that I'm lonely and tired of nothing but phone calls and stolen moments here and there. It is. One way or another, we'll wrap up this show, and the 2 of you can be together. Fiona washes the last of her breakfast down with coffee. That's assuming she feels the way I do. And is willing to wait. I shouldn't have to say this, Fiona starts, then pauses for a moment. But you're going to. I am, because I like you, Leo, and I think you need to hear this. You need to have this conversation with Aimee if you want to have a shot at working things out with you too. She wasn't wrong, but I'm not sure it will make a difference. I can feel her pulling away. With the moon lit and all but dead, what's the point? Chapter 32. Aimee. I have bad news. Leo's voice carries through the large room. The studio decided to terminate production on the Moonlit Inn. We will not be filming today. You will be paid per your contracts, which means through the end of the week for most of you. When we're done here, please collect any personal belongings you have on set and see Rebecca in payroll. She'll have your checks. I look around our main stage. Most of the props that make up one of the rooms of the inn are pushed to the side to accommodate everyone for this impromptu meeting. The faces around me are resigned. This didn't come as a big surprise to anyone. I see Leo's gaze move over the crowd, looking for me. I step behind one of the camera guys, a tall man with broad shoulders. That's everything. I'll be in my office for the next few hours if you want to talk. He makes his way through the crowd, shoulders slumped, eyes still searching for something, someone. Me. Well, we all saw that coming, Cash says behind me. Still stinks, Maeve adds. She puts an arm around me. At least you don't have to be around Leo any longer. Coffee and catering are set up in the cafeteria if anyone wants to stick around, Sarah announces to the crowd. I guess they hadn't been able to cancel on short notice. Might as well get one last meal in before we're unemployed actors again. I follow Maeve, Cash and some of the other actors to the building where we've shared lunch the past few weeks. That's when it hits me. I'm not going to see most of these people again. We've grown surprisingly close in such a short time. Spending 14 hours or more per day together will do that to you. I'm numb when I take my seat next to Maeve. She hands me a tray of food, and I use my fork to move different colored shapes around the white plate. There's a lot of chatter going on all around us. People complaining about bills, making plans, and trying to come up with contingencies. It might as well be white noise. Maeve and Cash are softly talking next to me, but my head is too busy spinning from everything that has happened in the past 2 days to join them. At least Leo is set, Maeve says. What about Leo? I ask, suddenly interested in their conversation. He's flying back to LA. I overheard one of the PAs confirming his travel arrangements. The rats are leaving the sinking ship. Cash leans back in his chair and throws his legs on the cafeteria table. You don't seem too concerned. Maeve takes a sip of her coffee. We got paid, didn't we? It's how this game is played. Most shows never see the light of day. The studio cuts their losses and goes and tries something else. You guys have no idea how many of us make a good living acting without ever making it on one of the shows that take off. There'll be something else coming up. There is. Maeve sits up, her eyes wide, a slow grin spreading over her face. Spill. You've got a lead? Cash puts his feet down, looking like he's ready to jump into action. Maeve leans forward and lowers her voice. Cash and I follow suit. Charles told me about this project he's been scouting for. It's for a movie in Savannah. Some of the people from Longshot are involved. He thinks it's a pretty sure thing, and they are set on the location. Her voice is barely a whisper. My eyes are glued to her face to catch every word. We could be there tonight. If they've chosen a set, they could audition any time now. We want to be in town when that happens. Cash pulls out his phone and starts looking at inexpensive motels. We could drive in one car to save on gas. Aimee, you could sell yours, that would give us some starting capital. I'll call and see how quickly we can move out of our apartment. Maeve pulls out her phone and starts typing. I'm not sure if she's making a to-do list or texting our landlord. I'm not selling my car. It's my lifeline, one of the few things I own outright. And I haven't agreed to move to Georgia at the spur of the moment, but something as insignificant as that isn't going to slow her down. Okay, no worries. We have enough set aside to make it for a few weeks. And if I have to, I'll wait tables again. The pout on her face makes me laugh. You know who at 6 o'clock, Maeve stage whispers while we're looking at rentals a few minutes later. How are you guys holding up? Leo asks when he walks up to our table. Are you going to be okay? He looks around the table without making eye contact. We'll be fine. I suddenly can't wait to get out of here. Away from him and memories of what we almost had. We're heading to Georgia tonight. They're auditioning for some chick flick movie in Savannah. Charles says he'd get us in touch with some people. Maeve tosses her empty coffee cup into the trash can. What about you? Are you going with them? There's pain in Leo's eyes, but he doesn't ask me to stay. Doesn't say a word about his plans, where he will go. I'm still thinking about it. Leo nods and walks away. I'm so excited. Maeve bounces over to me and wraps me in a hug. I'm not coming to Savannah, except for a visit, I say softly, my eyes following Leo, who's already out of earshot. But you just said, Maeve stops herself. That was for his benefit? I nod and hold back tears when Maeve puts an arm around me. I think I'm going to head back to Linden for a while. Regroup and figure out what I want to do with my life. Because if one good thing came out of the Moonlit Inn, it's that I realized acting isn't part of it. Are you sure this is how you want to leave things between you two? Maeve asks. The man is crazy about you. Cash leans against the table next to me. Can't be easy seeing the two of us together everywhere and hearing that we're heading off together. If you ask me, he's hurt and jealous. And probably not feeling great about letting you down. He told you he'd keep this project alive for you. Maeve squeezes my hand. Cut him some slack and go talk to him. I'm not sure I'm ready to do that. My head is spinning. Go take a walk, clear your head. And then tell Leo you love him. She makes it sound so simple. But sometimes my best friend gives pretty good advice. I walk for an hour along the river and through town. When I find myself in front of Leo's condo, I realize that I've made up my mind. My mother's death taught me that life is short. This, whatever it could be, isn't something I want to look back on with regret. I take the steps two at a time, my heart beating from anticipation as much as from the exertion. The door to his place swings open when I knock on it. A woman I don't recognize is cleaning the kitchen. I can hear someone else working in the bathroom. Can I help you? I'm looking for Leo Sullivan. I take a tentative step forward and look around. There's no sign of him or any personal possessions. The entire living space looks like something out of an architectural magazine. He moved out this morning. The woman's eyes are kind. I'm sure the confusion is plain on my face. He left before we met on set. He had already made up his mind to leave. Why else would all his stuff be gone? I don't remember how I made my way out of there and back to our place. Maeve isn't home when I walk in, and for the first time in weeks, I'm grateful to have the tiny studio to myself. Tears start rolling down my face, and all I can do is curl up in a ball on the futon, letting the disappointment and pain roll over me, through me. I don't know when I fell asleep, but by morning, Maeve is lying next to me. What's the plan? She asks. Are we moving to Georgia? You are. I'm moving back to Linden for a while. I get up and start a pot of coffee. The logistics seem daunting as I look around the place that's been our home for over a year. At least our lease is month to month. What about Leo? Maeve sits up in bed and looks over at me. He's gone. And he's not someone I want to talk about. Ever again. Chapter 33. Leo. Are you sure this is how you want to leave things? Fiona asks when she drops me off at the airport. It is. It's what's best for both of us. A clean break. It's the only way I'll get through this. Rip off the band-aid, go home to lick my wounds, and bury myself in work. For the record, I think it's a mistake, but you do you. Fiona pulls me into a tight hug. And you're sure you don't want to move to LA? If you change your mind, the door is always open. I could use you out there. That's sweet, but I can't. My family is here. Wilmington is home. But who knows? Maybe you'll be back here sometime. She lets go and takes a step back. In that case, you'll be the first person I'll call, I promise, before heading through the sliding glass doors to catch my flight. I head for the bar. It's early, but not too early for a drink, and it's not like I'm driving. What can I get you? The bartender asks. Scotch, neat. Sitting here brings up memories of a certain red-haired bartender I'd rather not think about right now. I down it without tasting the amber liquid before raising my glass to request another. Work trouble or heartache? The man behind the counter asks. That's all you've got? I ask, raising an eyebrow. In my experience, that covers about 95% of all issues that cause someone to come in here and down 2 shots before a flight. He refills my glass. I guess you're one to know. I take a small sip, enjoying the flavor of this second drink. But I'm wrong about you. He shrugs, not looking too concerned about it. No, you're not. There is a woman I'm trying to forget. How's that going for you? The man asks, pushing a small bowl of pretzels my way. I'll let you know in a couple of days. The realization that I won't see Aimee again, won't call her, video chat with her, or arrange a secret dinner hits me like a brick wall. You're coming back? The bartender asks. I shake my head. Coming back to Wilmington anytime soon isn't the plan. What little I have decided is to go home, hide out in a place without memories of the red-haired woman who's captured my heart like no other. I glance at my watch. It's not too early to head to the gate. I thank the man and tip him well before finishing the last of my scotch. I shouldn't do this. It will only bring more heartache, but I can't help myself. When I see Sean Jacobs, the senior producer of the yet-to-be-named TV show filmed in Savannah, I lengthen my stride to intercept him. Leo, how are you doing? Anything interesting landed on your desk yet? Sean asks. It has. I'm working on a documentary about the gold rush. It's interesting, but the main reason I signed on was that there was no chance of a trip to the East Coast. The subject was tightly focused on California and the trade that grew up around the early finds. Turns out, the real money was in selling shovels and pans to prospectors. Good for you. Bit of a departure, though. I'm surprised you didn't sign on for the Savannah show. Sean falls into step beside me. I was ready for a change of pace. How's that going, by the way? No title yet? It's been a few weeks, and despite my efforts, I haven't heard or read much of anything. Not yet. Few bumps in the road. They had to recast quite a bit, Sean says, his brows knitting together. Aimee Lawrence didn't work out? I hold my breath, hoping she still has a job. We're replacing Cash. He got a movie offer a couple of days into shooting. I wait, walking further away from my office on the off chance Sean offers me something more. Aimee Lawrence. She was the lead on the Moonlit Inn? Sean asks. She was. As far as I know, she never came down to Savannah to audition. I wasn't aware she had any interest in the show. He turns and looks at me. I honestly don't know. Last I heard, she was heading down to audition with her friends. I take my leave, dread washing over me. Had something happened? To her father? To her? They all seemed so set to move down when I overheard them in the cafeteria on our last day. As soon as I'm out of earshot, I pull out my phone. Max, it's Leo. There's something I need to ask you. Chapter 34. Aimee. What happened to that nice young man who came here with you a few weeks ago? What was his name? Leo? Pam asks the first night we are working together. It's nice to be back behind the bar. I didn't realize how much I missed it. Maybe having the moonlit and shut down wasn't such a bad thing after all. Except it means my chances of seeing Leo again are next to zero. He went back home. To LA. The studio called him back when they cancelled the project. And he hadn't even said goodbye. The stabbing pain in my heart every time I think about our last conversation or the morning I found his place empty shows no sign of stopping. It will, eventually. And our time together in Wilmington will fade into a memory. And you didn't want to go with him? I thought you were on your way to becoming a famous actress or something. Turns out acting wasn't really my thing. There were parts of the profession I loved. The research, getting into character, and the camaraderie of everyone on set. But there was no reason I couldn't have that feeling of belonging, of family, right here at home. Give her a break, Pam. Gus steps between us and asks me to follow him to the little closet in the back that serves as his office. There's something I want to talk to you about. With Sean's accident, I've thought a lot about what will happen to the tipsy cow after I'm gone. What are you talking about, Gus? You'll be around for a long time. He is younger than my mom was, still in his 50s. Humor me. It'll make me sleep better having a game plan if anything should happen. He pulls out a folder. Okay. I take a seat on the fold-out chair he offers me. I would like you to take over the bar, he says, and I about fall out of my chair. Not right away, but eventually. In the meantime, I thought I'd bring you on as a partner. Are you sure about this? I am. I talked to my lawyer about it. He's ready to draw up the paperwork. I'm ready to slow down, spend some time away from here, see what else there is. I could do that if I knew this place is in good hands. Why me? I ask. I was the one who left over a year ago. Because you love this place as much as I do. And your family. It's your heritage as much as it is mine. What he doesn't say is that we're two of the last Hesters left in Linden, SC. I may not carry the last name, but I am my mother's daughter. And the tipsy cow had been around and in the family for almost as long as Linden has been here. Can I have some time to think about it? My head is spinning. Taking Gus up on his offer would mean giving up on acting and living anywhere else. I'm surprised how ready I am to do that. It was Maeve's dream, I realize. Not mine. Of course. Take as much time as you need. It isn't like there's anyone else I'd offer the place to. Gus smiles wryly. I'm at the bar when the door opens and Leo walks in. At first, I don't believe it. For the first few days after he'd left Wilmington, I'd thought I'd seen him around a town a few times. It had always turned out to be someone with a loose resemblance to the man who stole my heart. The disappointment that washed over me each time was one of the reasons I decided to move back home. That and there was no point sticking around. Tony didn't need me at the bar, and Maeve was in relationship bliss with Charles. The two of them were moving to Savannah together. Hi, can I get a whiskey? He takes a seat in front of me. Jim or Johnny? I ask, too shocked to come up with anything else. What I want to do is shake him and ask him why he left. Got anything better? Something from the Highlands? He knows full well Gus doesn't carry that kind of top-shelf stuff. Sorry, I'm afraid out here in the boonies you're stuck with the cheap stuff. I hold 2 bottles out to him. What do you recommend? His face is a closed book. Not a hint of why he's here or what his unexpected presence means. Coke and rum. I give him a non-committal smile. 2 can play this game. If it's a bartender he wants, then that's exactly what he'll get. I'll give it a try. Leo makes a face when he tastes the drink I pour him. We might have a problem here. What's that? When did my heart morph into a hummingbird, beating 15 times per second? I'm either going to have to get used to the bottom shelf stuff or talk you and your uncle into keeping a bottle of the good stuff behind the bar for me. A slow smile spreads across Leo's face. Are you trying to tell me this isn't a random once-off visit to see an old friend? I didn't think it was possible, but my silly heart beats even faster. At this rate, Gus should be more concerned about mine than his. I was hoping for more than a friend. The smile goes down by a fraction. You left. Without a word, a note, or anything. I went to your apartment, and you were gone. The image of the cleaning crew in the place he'd called home for a few months still haunts me. You said you were all heading to Georgia for a new show. With cash. I see the pain in his eyes. That was her plan, not mine. Why didn't you call me? I was hurt. I got on the first plane to LA. I didn't find out you'd moved back home until I talked to one of the producers of the new project. I called your brother to make sure you were okay. He told me you'd moved back home. I'm going to get back at Max for this. For what? Giving us a second chance at making this work? That's if you still want me. The man is wearing his heart on his sleeve now. There's no doubt he cares as much about me as I do about him. Of course I still want you. I walk around the bar and hesitate for a moment. When I see the raw emotion in his eyes, I step into his open arms. The cheering from the few regulars in the bar fades into the background as his mouth closes over mine. By the time we break apart, my heart feels whole for the first time in forever. It may have only been a week since we both left the film capital of the South, but it had felt like an eternity. Good, because I missed you. I thought I was miserable when the show fell apart, but it was nothing compared to the last 7 days. His forehead rests against mine. Leo? A word. My uncle appears next to us and pulls him aside out of hearing distance. Can I get another beer? Paul, one of our regulars, asks, stepping into my line of sight. Not that I was having much luck reading their lips. He came back. Pam bumps hips with me and grins like a fool while pouring Paul his beer. I think so. We haven't had a chance to talk. I noticed. She winks before walking off, tray in hand. What was that about? I ask when Leo strolls back to his seat. Your uncle wanted to know what my intentions were. He made it clear that I am not to hurt your feelings, again. Good thing I don't plan on doing any of that. If I can convince you to give this a shot. What exactly is this? Whatever we want it to be. Do you think you could take a break? Take a walk with me? His eyes are guarded, a glimmer of hope in them. The tipsy cow is quiet tonight. No big ball game going on. A walk sounds nice. I take off my half apron and tell Gus I'll be gone for a bit. I'll come looking for you if you're not back in half an hour. Call if you need anything. I haven't seen my uncle this protective since the first night I worked at the bar. I was still in high school, and the first patron who got fresh with me regretted it immediately. It took months before Gus let him back into the building. I nod my thanks, my hand reaching for my back pocket to make sure my phone is there. Leo holds the door open for me. A wave of late summer heat engulfs us, taking my breath away for a moment. I take the lead, walking down the small country lane behind the bar that leads to a pond, surrounded by grass. An ancient willow tree sits on the far end. I can't count the number of times I've spent my break under this tree, watching the sun dip below the horizon. The sun is well past setting tonight, but my favorite tree is just as beautiful in the light of a full moon. Can we sit? Leo asks, pointing at the large flagstone under the willow. It's as close to a bench as you'll find out here. I take a seat and wait until he's seated next to me. We're both careful not to touch. I didn't think I'd see you again. I know. It was stupid of me to rush off like that. His voice is soft, his shoulders slumped. It was, I agree. You ran too. You told me you were going to Savannah. He turns and looks at me. There's no accusation in his eyes, only an unasked question. I did. I swallow hard. Not one of my proudest moments. I couldn't believe you thought Cash and I were having a thing. I was jealous. And sometimes people do stupid things when they aren't thinking clearly. I get it. I wish you'd talk to me though, instead of rushing off. You're right. I can give you a million reasons why I left. I was stressed, overwhelmed, and leaving seemed like the easy way out. And honestly, I thought I was doing the noble thing. Leaving the field and letting you and Cash drive off into the sunset. He leans back and looks up at the night sky. I burst out laughing. Cash and I would never work, even if I was remotely interested in him. We get on each other's nerves whenever we spend more than a couple of hours together. Sometimes it doesn't even take that long. Leo lowers his head to look at me and shakes his head. I promise there is nothing going on between me and Cash. Never was, never will be. My tone is serious now, all laughter gone. I know. Deep down, I think I've always known. He brushes a lock of hair out of my face before tracing the line of my neck with his fingers. They are warm and just a little rough. The touch sends shivers down my back. His forehead touches mine. Forgive me? I can hear both our hearts beating faster than they had earlier. His lips close the almost non-existent distance to mine. The kiss is tender, a physical representation of his question. My arms wrap around his neck, and I answer by deepening the kiss. I lose myself in the feel of our lips moving together, the scent of the summer air and Leo, the feeling of his arms around me, keeping me close. I lose track of time and space, completely losing myself in the expression of our longing, our heartache, and our love. How would you feel about me moving down here? He asks when we finally pull apart, both a little breathless. Seriously? I stare up at him, trying to read the expression on his face in the low light. Seriously. I realized something on this last trip to California. I'm in love with you, Aimee Lawrence, and I want to spend the rest of my life with you, here in South Carolina. But what would you do here? Not a lot of film production going on in Linden. I need a moment to process what he just said. I was thinking I could get serious about screenwriting. See if I can sell some scripts. It would make it easy to work from here. His voice is rough, full of emotion. I'd love that. I try not to get my hopes up. I don't think I could take another heartbreak if this doesn't work out. But my heart has other ideas. And? He looks at me with those big blue eyes of his. And I love you too. I don't even try to hide the ridiculous smile that spreads across my face. I missed this, Leo says, pulling me close. What's that? Talking to you. And doing this. He turns and brushes his lips across mine. They are firm with just a hint of roughness from the facial hair growing in. For a split second, I wonder when he shaved last. Then I lose myself in the feeling of our lips moving together, expressing more than we can with words. I belong to him and he belongs to me. And home is right here in Linden. The place I tried to run away from that belongs in my heart as much as this man does. Marry me. Leo's eyes are burning with desire and something deeper. My heart skips a beat, and I'm too stunned to find my voice. I've spent enough time away from you. I want to wake up next to you each morning and hold you in my arms when I fall asleep. I can see a snapshot of our lives together flash before my eyes. The two of us having coffee on the small balcony in the apartment over the bar. Leo sitting at the bar, writing as I close up for the night. I see us chasing our kids across my father's farm. Leo, pushing one of them in the old tire swing. Aimee. My eyes focus on him at the urgent tone in his voice. Say something. The smile on his face is wry, his eyes shining with a vulnerability he hides around anyone but me. Yes, I'll marry you. It's the right choice. It's the only choice. I've never been more sure of anything in my life. The full moon is high in the sky by the time we leave our spot under the willow to walk down the path, back to Linden and the beginning of our life together. Epilogue. Linden, 6 months later. Hey, beautiful, will you pour a beer for a stranger? Leo parks himself on the bar stool that might as well have his name tag at this point. None of the regulars at the Tipsy Cow dare occupy it since he moved in upstairs. How's the scene coming along? I can tell by the grin on his face that the news will be good. I finally figured it out. The rest of the script should be a piece of cake. He takes the bottle of beer and takes a long draft. Does that mean you'll meet the deadline? Sure does. And after this is sent off to the studio, I'm all yours. He leans across the bar and kisses me. There are cheers from the small crowd of locals. Aimee and Leo, sitting in a tree, Renee, one of our regulars, sings before sashaying over to the old jukebox to play her favorite song. The entire place groans when Kid Rock's hit All Summer Long plays yet again. I used to love that song. You have got to play this at your reception, Renee yells over the music. Where are you having it? Here? We're eloping, Leo says. The look on his face is so serious, I almost believe him. They're not. I heard them talk to Pastor Matt a few days ago. They are getting married in the church. I'm sure the reception will be at the farm. That's what Betty would have wanted. Pam has worked at the Tipsy Cow longer than I'd been alive, but if she didn't watch herself, I was going to fire her now that I was in charge. Except she was right, of course. We would have the reception in the old hay barn. My mother has kept a scrapbook full of ideas for my wedding. She'd put more thought into the day than I had until I met Leo. How could I not honor her wishes? She'd be proud of you, you know. Pam gave me a quick hug. She wanted you to make something of yourself and be happy. I don't know about that. The whole acting thing didn't exactly work out. It still stung a little that our show would never see the light of day. What's important is that you put yourself out there, and that you figured out what you wanted. That's all she was hoping for. That and grandbabies. Don't give her any ideas. I want her all to myself for a year or two. Leo smiles at me, and my heart melts. None of that until the two of you have tied the knot. My father's voice booms through the bar. Last call. My daughter has to get her beauty sleep. 3 days until the wedding. Dad. We're open for another hour. And I can find my way home. I shake my head and pour one of my regulars another shot of bourbon. I was planning on driving her home. This is my first. Leo raises his half-full glass. I see the way the two of you look at each other. And I know how it goes. There's a reason Aimee was born 10 months after we got married, and I'm pretty sure it wasn't as a result of the honeymoon. I'm not taking any chances. From here on out, either Max or I escort you. Dad puts the chairs up on one of the unoccupied tables, and the crowd thins. I would never. Leo's eyes grow wide. And he knows that. I put my hand on Leo's arm to reassure him. All right, everyone, you heard the man. We're closing early. Pam's voice rings through the bar. It doesn't take long for everyone to clear out, and we get to work closing the place. My dad and Leo get busy cleaning the tables and sweeping the floors. I work with Pam behind the bar. Are you getting excited about the wedding? She asks. I am. But. Her eyes are kind. Honestly? The whole thing is a little daunting. There's still so much to do to get the barn ready. And then there's the reception. I take a deep breath and wash another glass. And not for the first time, I wish my mom was here. Don't worry, honey. It will be perfect. Pam puts her arm around me. I'm here. I'm here. Maid dashes into my bedroom, a bag slung over her shoulder, her maid of honor dress draped over her arm. Traffic was insane. I'll be ready in 10 minutes. I'll help her. You sit and take a few deep breaths. You look beautiful, honey. Pam looks at me in the mirror of the dressing table my mother gave me for my 16th birthday. It had been hers when she grew up. Not for the first time today, I wish she was here. Thank you. My voice is surprisingly calm. Inside, my nerves are getting the better of me. She's right. You look stunning. Leo is going to lose it when he sees you walk down the aisle. Maeve is shrugging out of her jeans and t-shirt. He better not. Where's Charles? I didn't hear his voice or the obnoxious sound of his car, come to think of it. Out of the picture. My best friend and maid of honor shrugs into the dress Pam is holding out of her. Don't ask. We're not talking about it until you're back from your honeymoon. Today is all about you. She steps behind me and starts to work on her makeup while Pam zips up the dress. Maeve looks like $100 by the time my father's knuckles rap on the door. Pam rushes out to the barn to take her seat before I take my father's arm. We make our way through the house that holds every single important childhood memory. Dad stops in the kitchen and opens one of the drawers. He pulls a small box out of it and hands it to me. Your mom would want you to have this. I open the simple black box with shaking hands. Inside is the emerald necklace she'd worn for as long as I could remember. I can't take this. Yes, you can. And you will. Your mother always meant to give it to you on your wedding day. Your grandmother gave it to her the day we married. It's a family tradition. He takes the necklace and steps behind me to put it on me. I barely feel the thin silver chain on my skin. The small emerald in its antique setting nestles against my chest. It's cool to the touch for a moment against my flushed skin. The stone brings out your eyes, Maeve says softly before the three of us make our way across the drive and down to the barn. The moment we step through the large double doors, I see him, standing on the small platform Dad, Max, and Uncle Gus built for us. My brother is by his side. It warmed my heart when Leo asked Max to be his best man. The music starts, and I am in a daze as I walk down the aisle behind Maeve. My father's arm grounds me and pulls me along. My eyes never leave Leo. Family and friends are seated on either side of me. But all I see is him. The man who will be my husband in a few moments. The ceremony passes in a blur of emotions. I recall Maeve taking my bouquet, the preacher speaking of love and companionship. And then it is time for our vows. Leo turns to face me and takes my right hand in both of his. He swallows hard, his Adam's apple moving before he starts to speak, his voice filling the barn and reverberating through every inch of my body. Aimee, I have known you were special from the moment I walked into a bar in Wilmington, clueless that my life was about to change. I've loved you since the day you took me to get the second best ice cream in the state. Today I gain not only a wife, a partner, someone to share the rest of my days with, but also a family and a home. I promise to love and cherish you every day, through thick and thin, until we're both old and gray, sitting in rocking chairs on the porch watching our grandkids chase the chickens across the yard. You are my love, my light, my life. I love you today, tomorrow, forever. I swallow hard and blink furiously to keep the tears at bay. I promised myself I wouldn't cry. Leo's vows are a tough act to follow, but the next few words are important. My promise to the man I love more than anything. You'll do fine, Peanut. I hear my mother's voice clear as a bell in my head. Looking up at the old oak rafters, I smile and grab the necklace. I take a deep breath and start. Leo, you've turned my life upside down and right side up. You've guided me through the most exciting and most stressful time in my life. You've been my rock, my guide, my companion. There's no one else I'd rather share this grand adventure that's our life with. I'm proud of you for following your dream and giving me the space to fulfill mine. I can't wait to see where this journey takes us. I love you too. Today, tomorrow, forever. Leo slips the wedding band on my ring finger. It has those 3 words engraved on it. As does the ring I put on his finger. Today, tomorrow, forever. I can't wait to see where life takes us. The end. This has been Tables Turned, written by Susanne. Copyright 2022 by Susanne. Production copyright 2023 by Susanne. Thanks for listening. Please like and subscribe if you want me to put more of my books on YouTube. Visit my website at www.susanneash.com for more of my books or find me on Amazon.